Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Welcome to the Dragon Slayers.
Woo!
It's the greatest opening.
Damn.
No. We're having a session here. We're gonna be starting off at the one of the towers, Norsatra. This is the north one, so Norsatra. You're at the top of the tower here, and going through a recap. You spent a lot of time with Salinar and the Talus Grove previous time, getting information about who they are and some of the history and how that is actually related or different to what Paxina provided from Fort Farron. You also got an understanding that the Grove itself was kind of a construct, definitely not something that was natural in a way, with like natural magic, right? So you're talking like, oh, it's a plant, right? It wasn't really a plant. um, and then speaking with Talus, again, there was this understanding that Talus is very like almost like unidirectional in a way, right? You make a request, it provides, but in that request, you must give something in exchange, which is staying within the Grove. And what that constitutes was very confusing, as you have Trisha with you currently, which is actually a Salinar from the Grove, and has explained that they haven't taken their rights, so perhaps they haven't actually made whatever it is agreement with Talus to gain powers or whatnot, but seems to show that they have some magic that does relate that there's some history with druidic nature, right? They're having some relative magic in that sense. You all were aimed when you left the Grove. You all were aimed heading towards what was mentioned as the area where the winged beast is, right? That was what was kind of coined and pointed upon the regional map there that was handed off by Paxine in a way, and said it was on the north side of Crepple Lake. And it was like this kind of keep that was built into the rock and embedded just on the edge of Thixia, which is the now, to your understanding, is a ruined city. And you all decided, getting to the edge of the river, that hey, Versace's right there. Let's might as well just go and check it out.
Damn right.
And so you,
Like you and the boys on a
flew
Friday
to
night.
this tower.
Fuck it, let's
and
go to
let's just go to it. So you all headed. You flew over there on conjured beasts, and
Yeah, we were
you
sent.
noticed that there was an accessible position to the tower's top end, and this tower is odd. I mean, it's made of a black stone material. It's extending high up into the air. It's kind of not circular. It's not squared off, right? It has different shapes and supporting pillars and whatnot. And so it's just kind of an odd piece within the marsh, right? It just stands out on its own in a lot of different ways. The entrance, which seems to be the only way to get in, besides the jutting waterfall and the statue that kind of protrudes above that, is like kind of a metallic and stone kind of vault door at the base of it, which is far down from where you all were flying into. This particular tower is also sunken into the earth quite a ways. It seemed to be kind of falling down, most likely because of the water of the river as well as the rest of the marsh, causing an effect where it's kind of in motion, it's sliding, and suggesting that there is a lot of kind of liquefaction and other sorts of things happening, erosion over time, right? Now, we got into the top end of this tower. There were kind of permalighting here. There's some crystals within the lanterns of these statues. There's a never-ending water that seems to be protruding from a crystal bowl. There is a staircase that is ascending downwards, and then there are floating obelisks chained above runes, and the pedestal at its center between them. And in that pedestal, so the platform and then the pedestal within that is kind of this, trigonal bipyramidal shaped object with runes that's covering over its black, kind of like almost like a pumice in a way, and it's just kind of sitting within these teeth that are grabbing and holding it there, right? It's in place. It's kind of its in placement, and the stonework of this pedestal is aglow. There is veins that are working through the stone. It's a yellowish in nature, and it seems to be matching much of the same material of the structure, right? So that's a similar of that kind of that black rock that you're looking at. The only other notable thing about was the two lions that seem to be perched, and they both have crystal orbs within their jowls, their mouths. Between them is a rune covered or rune embedded within the floor. Upon entering into the area and moving through, there were these large crystal golems that emerged, towering high with jagged accents. They've just kind of moved through the wall. It seemed to liquefy the stone, and it just passed right through it. And they were alerted and energized at your presence and attacked. In addition to that was a winged kind of humanoid creature of some kind. It seemed to be dark and shadowy and misty and twisted with many of its different features, and eyes are slightly aglow. And it had in a sense of a Grim Reaper, it had a scythe within its weaponry, and it dealt dramatic damage on hit, and as well as almost caused one of you a curse of some kind, and it seemed to pull you in and had you lost for a moment, and you were able to save from that. But it was a very scary and hideous creature, and seemed to be pulled away by Trish's daylight spell, almost dissolved in a way, and then reemerged opposite away from the daylight spell, and then disappeared from sight and perception.
Didn't want that smoke.
Didn't want the smoke. Didn't want the T-Rexes that
right.
emerged. Yeah, and we did have that at the end as well. We had everyone a T-Rex fight. It's pretty awesome. And then we ended that session with you all getting to the object and say, hey, we're going to go ahead and remove it. We hit a nat 20 from Kyler that was like, whoa, maybe we shouldn't just take it out of there and remove it. So that's where we're going to go ahead and kick off the session and start us off. So there we go.
All right. Did anybody see where the bat went?
I think
I
it just
don't-
left.
Yeah, I
It
think
just
it
got the hell out of here.
We should leave too.
What do you mean? We gotta take that thing out.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Ika Maestro, help me out here. No, should not take that out.
I guess just shrugs.
God, this would like to be the smartest one in the room.
Well, we came here. I don't want to leave empty-handed.
So that thing's at least in part responsible for all the black stuff.
Just don't think we should remove it.
What do you want to do with it then?
Don't know. I'm not the magic guy.
I
Wave
tried.
your hands around and do something with it.
I did my stuff, and I came up with nothing.
What did you do? I can't remember.
I think I tried to identify it, and I
Oh,
figured out what it was, but it didn't help us.
sure.
I'm gonna do something that I've never done before. That's completely foreign to me. And I'm gonna just look at it, because I'm now aware of magic.
Okay. So your magic awareness just kind of opens up, right, and just a broad scope, and so you're sensing the school of magic that this potentially belongs to, right, as well as is it giving off magic, right? It's very similar to, I think, a detect magic spell in a way.
Yeah.
This item is magical. It is giving off magic, and it seems to be kind of being pulled in a way. Not very much so that it's generating energy as much as it's pulling it as well from someplace. And this is very similar to planar travel. And with that school of magic that you're familiar with, I believe, is going to be like abjuration, maybe. Just want to make sure real quick.
Gonna do an intelligence check to see if he knows what an abjuration is. I guess kinda.
Yeah, so it's going to be a mixture of abjuration and conjuration, I believe. I think it's going to be both schools of magic in the way that it's pulling as well as giving. So there's a back and forth happening.
I'm just gonna say, you guys see that? It's like sucking things in, like around. I don't really know how to describe it. I'm not a magic guy.
Didn't we determine before we left that it's part of the thing to open the portal to the Feywild?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm pretty sure that's what the conclusion we came to before we ended, and then not touching it.
Well, we knew that already because that was based on Paxima's story. The
Yeah.
3 towers channel it.
Just so I recall, Trish wasn't like very adamant about coming here, right? Before we came in.
Trish did not want to come here. It seemed to be that Trisha had, this was something or somewhere that was forbidden, off limits. That you do not come here. And at this present moment, Trisha just has just fear overcoming the face. Obviously, the daylight spell is still present. It's still like a thing. So there's daylight kind of erupting, and it's just stretched and looking at you frantically, looking left and right, just afraid.
All right,
Trish,
any
what should we
ideas?
do with this?
Yeah,
She
we're not
looks at
from
it.
here.
I don't know. This is a powerful artifact, and it's known to my people to be one of the very reasons why there was conflict and strife, and why Fae came, and why undead and creatures of dark come.
Oh, it's evil and we should destroy it.
Yes!
I would believe we should, but I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Well, the first step's removing it from that thing. Unless there's a safe way to take it out.
Do you have any ideas how to safely take it out?
Maybe something to do with those tigers down there.
Does anyone have like magic gloves or something I can put on and grab it?
Oh,
Magic gloves. That's awesome.
hey, look, there's a chest that appears at the end of the room. What
Pair
could
of
it be?
magic mittens. How convenient.
Magic mitten.
Magic
dead.
mittens. Just for you and your convenience.
I'm gonna go over here and try and see what the deal is with these things.
All right.
See if there's anything to do with what's going on.
Yeah. So you can either roll investigation, you can roll arcana, whichever you're most comfortable with.
Guidance.
I got the call out. Call out was good. D4 as well.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
That's a
30.
30.
That
There
is
we
so.
go.
That's a big time roll. Big time roll. So we got.
You don't know what it is.
Oh dang, guys! I don't think I know.
So there is something interesting about this particular rune that is underneath or between the lines, and the actual crystal orbs seem to be put onto a die and can be rotated and moved in a sense of an X, Y, and can just be kind of rotated in a way,
Okay.
right? The rune corresponds to stars and maps and charters and things, and what you're deciphering through is it's in a different language, but it begins to make sense that this in a way is supposed to coordinate where this tower in position in space to the plane it's supposed to be communicating with.
Huh. Would I be able to tell what plane it's communicating with, like, Am I able to tell if it's like undead or if it's fey or?
Yeah, so currently you can get the information because of the Arcana roll is exceptionally high that this appears to be pointing to a specific location in the Shadowfell. But where that specifically is unclear. You're not too familiar with star charts and star maps and things, but you do have a companion in your party that might be able to help with that.
Ferox, can you join me over here for a moment?
Something over here. What's going on?
So, this rune seems to have a direct link to whatever plane it's on, which apparently right now it's pointed to the Shadowfell based on different star maps on where the
This is my
planes
shop
actually
face.
connect with. So, would you happen to know anything about that specifically? I know stars are kind of your thing.
Take a peek.
Give me a roll.
Is that another Arcana?
Yeah, you can do an Arcana, or you can roll on this. Can you roll on the star map? Is there a way to do that? I feel like there's just like a innate kind of thing. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. So I think that'll probably be the closest roll to this, and then if not, maybe try to do for. Give me what is that one? Let's do a nature check. I'm trying to think of like
Ooh.
how you would relate this to your star maps. And okay, so you getting the information, the language to you seems to be more readable, especially since it's resembling that of like a star chart, like a map in a way. You're able to immediately get that from it. The time and location and place seem to all be relevant to this, not only to the tower in its spot and position, but also to the rotation of what's happening here. Okay? The specific locations communicating with into the Shadowfell, it's still kind of indescribable, but it's pointing to kind of location that resembles an area that is kind of contested and riddled with vile and evil, and it has to be put into a specific kind of rotation at the same time, right? And so you're kind of relating the fact that that has to match up with this at the exact same time, place, and location. Now, there's 4 of these locations placed on this specific star chart on this specific world, which relates to the towers. So you're able to understand that each of the towers are very important to the orientation and communication with something identical on the other side of the other plane in that particular world. Both of you together, looking and analyzing at this, you might be able to take what they have in the actual orbs and direct and move and position locations. But some reason that this is polarized. So it's intentionally flipped. So if the orbs themselves, if you just flip them around, they'd be going directly to the Feywild. It seems like that might be just one kind of piece to the puzzle, and the other piece is the artifact. And the runes on the artifact and the way that they're designed and inscribed suggest the same. One side's one way and one side's the other way.
Is there any other possible like configurations we could do? Like instead of flipping it, can we like shift it another way? Maybe somewhere else will open up.
Yeah, So you're like, okay, well, if I point it right to somewhere else, kind of in a different direction, things, yeah, you can rotate it and point it and maneuver what star chart is here, and it would move something. And you're looking at the obelisks, and those are hovering themselves, and they are rune covered as well. And they potentially could be those guides in almost those floating, and they could begin to rotate and move to point at where exactly in space that these planes are being described in this star chart. Now, would that gain access or do anything specific? It's too difficult to tell because the specific artifact seems to only have like two faces to it, right? Two sides to it, and they correspond in a very kind of one way or the other way.
How about some experimentation, Aika? Let's go ahead and flip these around.
It's kind of what I was thinking. I just wanted to see your thoughts on it. Because in theory, should we go to the towers and do this, it could cut off whatever is bringing through all these undead. Then flip them around.
Do it.
Okay, so you flip them all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just take the orbs and just gonna rotate all the way around. And you can see that the floating obelisks themselves begin to contort and move. As they do, they kind of begin to flip over upon themselves. The chains are kind of dangling and moving and rising with them as they completely flip around. You're noticing that the artifact at its center begins to vibrate and begin to struggle, and there seems to be something wrong with it.
What do you think, Aika?
Did you said the artifact itself is having issue?
Correct. It's in its placeholder there, and it's beginning to vibrate and shake and move, and you're kind of getting an idea as you're seeing it wobble and shake in its place holding as it's moving. But the obelisk, the base, there's two things on either side that are floating, and now that they've completely have flipped, they're fine. They're just continue to hover. They continue their place and position, and they're unchanging.
Tenzin is closest to it, right?
Yeah, you have Tenzin and Maestro currently next to it, and then Trisha's still at the base of the platform at the stairs, kind of looking right at both of you and kind of putting both hands up to the mouth, like afraid of what's going to happen. Kylo, you made way to the stairs. All you see is darkness as it seems to be wrapping around within a
Just kind
corridor.
of watching out behind us. Let the big brains deal with us.
I'm gonna walk up to it, and I'm gonna. Does it need to be like out of its placeholder? Is it like trying to turn but it can't because it's in the placeholder? Is that what it looks like or no?
You can make that observation. Seems to be correct.
I'm gonna take it out
All right.
and see if it flips.
So as you take it out, you can kind of see that the glow and things that are happening particularly begin to kind of slowly subdue, and as you kind of remove it, and it begins to want to pull and flip around on itself. Do you allow it to do that?
Yes.
You allow it to do it, and you can flips around on itself, and as it does, it seems to begin to change color from completely black. And this stonework begins to change into almost like a rainbow and a fiery kind of color as it begins to glow with a white base. And it pulls towards the pedestal once more.
Put it back in.
As you put it
Make
back
sure
in,
it's secure.
kind of goes down in. As it does, stonework and
Oh, it's a
everything's
party.
begin to glow as well. So do the objects in the obelisks on either side, forming slight hexadomes about themselves. As they begin to kind of absorb and go around, holding into place.
It's a
Ross
good
just
thing.
kinda pats Trish on the back, like, "See, told you we got this."
What did we? I seems like whatever happened worked. I don't know. It's not destroyed though, is it?
Well, that's the only question left is we flipped it the right way, but there's no saying once we leave, somebody else doesn't come back and flip it the other way again.
Now that the crystal golems are gone, doesn't seem to be anything stopping something from coming back and changing it.
Hang on. What?
You said that there were crystals in here, right? Inside these lions.
It's orbs. Yep.
Whoops. What if I just take one out completely?
You could if you want.
Yeah, I'll just pull one out. See what
Yeah.
happens.
Just take it out. It seems to be just a spherical thing of glass, and it
Doesn't affect the
positions.
artifact?
Seems to be positioning on some sort of magnetic die as an interior of like metal.
Take both of them out.
Okay. Take both of them out. You can see both of the objects, the obelisks, begin to float downwards. As they begin to power down, and the lighting effect that has been happening begins to subside.
Okay.
Well, that's all we need then.
And put one back in.
Put one of the orbs back in.
One of them. Just one of them.
Nothing happens.
Right. So that's all we need to do is collect all these things, and that'll make sure whoever does try and come back can't really power it back up.
That works. Sounds good to me.
Was easy.
Poggers.
Pogger's like an elven word.
It's a mixture
Sylvan, actually.
of Sylvan. Yes, Poggers is a word I've heard before.
I don't know. Don't teach Poggers to Linus, who's currently dead.
R.I.P. Big dog or owl, I guess.
For real. Obliterated.
Gone but not forgotten. All right. Where'd you
Right,
go?
time to go.
I agree.
Now then, Kyler, how'd you like to be a little bigger? And able to fly?
Great.
You're taking both of the orbs, right?
Yep.
They're in your inventory.
So as we step out of the tower, a nuke is gonna go off on Ferox.
Uh-oh. Gotta go.
Just hear a beeping, and like everyone looks at Ferox like, "Oh shit!"
Problem
So
solved.
I need Ferox as you approach the
That's
tower.
one
You should
tower.
make a perception check.
Motherfucker's still here, isn't he?
Ferox, you hear the sounds of wings flapping.
Looks like our friend's waiting.
Hang on. Just gonna point to one of the pixies.
Mary J, why don't you go take a look?
Just send a pixie out.
Oh my god.
Lies out of the water, looks around. I don't see anything.
You sure? Did you look up and down?
No, I don't see anything.
Okay. Could have sworn I heard something.
All right.
All right, come here, Kyler.
Yep.
Mary B.
Then another pixie comes out and turns Kyler into a giant ape.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Who are actually intelligent, so he'd be
Big-
able to have his wits.
Big monkey.
So the polymorph frag, just to clarify, it only lasts as long as the conjure.
Right.
That works, right? And that's for an hour, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're transitioning Kyler into a great
Big
ape.
monkey.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can. I think I have an ape within the SRD, but
Sweet.
you're is that what you're polymorphing it, or you're doing a great like a larger like a version of it, right?
It's officially called Giant Ape.
Let's see if I can find it in here. Oh, there it is. I got it. All right.
There you go.
I can move it too. Fuck yeah.
All right. So after you're kind of polymorphed, everyone at this point, even passive perceptions, to hear that the wing flapping has gotten louder and louder.
All right, bet.
All right. Mary C, D, E, and F. You all have your turns making this one fly.
Each one could cast fly for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Everyone else, hop on.
All right. Is everyone
This is the
hopping
second
on?
weirdest thing that's happened, right? I'm gonna hop on.
Are we
Yeah, it's
riding
like-
Kyler?
Yep.
Kind of weird, but
hopping
I
on.
guess
Feeling it. All right. Everyone hopping on. Kyler, what do you do?
Monkey. Fucking fly, baby.
Fly. All right.
We going.
So I'll go ahead and activate the regional map here, put you on that, and give you a kind of an idea of what your, the sights and sounds and what you're observing, what you're hearing. So the wing flapping itself is large and obtrusive, and when you're flying outwards, Kyler, and you all are in the back currently, you're seeing towards kind of your rear. Is like this mist or a fog, and it seems to be quite large as it's kind of growing from the canopy and emerging, and in that you see a massive shadow, a wingspan that spans far and wide, encompasses maybe easily 150 feet. As it is, it's these large flapping of decayed wings begin to emerge. As it does, it descends and then lands into the earth just next to the tower. As you continue to fly, going further away, you see as the fog begins and the mist begins to clear, it seems to be a massive black dragon. As it does, it shakes a little bit and stretches and looks around, and then looks up towards into the air, sees all of you flying away as far as possible.
a big ass fucking ape just rises out of the tower with a bunch of people on the back of it.
Take us down, Kyler!
Wave at the dragon.
Go down. Start going down.
Okay.
Away from the dragon.
Okay, so at this point,
Yeah.
I have to ask, where exactly did you decide to fly when you left the tower?
Well,
Okay,
we're going
so-
back towards this coast, right?
Yeah, because we came from the altar of flowers, like that direction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going back across, kind of not exactly where we went, but as far as I can get.
Yeah.
Because we haven't discussed where we're going, so I figure we're just going back to where we came from the best we can.
Okay, back to the riverbank there.
Yeah.
Turn river back to the forest. Okay.
I don't think there's much I can do. I don't think I can outfly you. I try
Alright.
to be honest, but
So you begin to go and you begin to descend, going into the canopy, dipping down as you're flying through, kind of going into the wisp and the fog and the mist. You can hear the sounds of a roar in the background.
Oh, fuck.
It's outwards as you land into the ground, piercing through into the marsh and the bog, splashing into some of the terrain, getting into some of the roots. There is a large quake of the earth every so often as steps are made coming towards you. I need you all to roll stealth.
Pass without
Yeah.
a trace.
This will go
Oh,
great.
Okay. Pass a trace. It's called it. Pass a trace call.
Okay.
It's not concentration, is it?
Let me see. Even if it is, I'm pretty sure fairies are basically running out at this point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, either way.
Either way. Okay. Pass out trace. Call it a plus 10 there to the stealth check. So I need everyone to make stealth checks. And then at this point, flying wise and in the descent, with the fairies being cast in combat, that we can easily say that they've probably diminishing at this point and ending.
I'm not
as
a
your-
monkey anymore.
Your polymorph has
perfect.
ended, so I'll go ahead and remove that character sheet.
All right.
Hmm. I don't have to roll for Ishtar, do I?
No,
'Cause I could just, like, do that.
You bonus action remove and engage, so you
Okay.
don't have to roll for that.
I'm not.
That's plus 10.
I'm really hoping here.
Oh.
That's 20! Nice.
You want me to roll for Marina?
No. So we'll usually just in 5th edition, just how I usually follow it. It's kind of like a zombified state. They're still with the party, but they don't have to make any checks. They don't have to be
Put inside a bush.
Yeah.
Just stay
And
in the
if we
bush.
get into the, if
In
we
the
get into a
safety bubble, you
position-
go.
Yeah, safety bubble you go. If there is a situation where that is required, right, then I can play the character if we get into a situation where it's needed. I will be rolling for Trisha, just an FYI.
It adds to her, too.
Yeah,
Turn into a fucking plant.
that's really high, so we're good.
I just disappear into the shrubbery.
So plus 10, so 21, 16, 19, 25. Okay. So I'm going to be doing some checks here.
That's 21. I think that's 31 with the plus.
Yeah, that's 31 there.
I think I'm at 21.
Oh,
So as you're getting into the foliage and the thudding is coming louder, it seems as though this creature is quite fast as it's pushing past. You see trees being pushed and moved and whatnot as the fog and the mist becomes thicker and more intense. Are you making any movements? Or are you just kind of hunking down, kind of hiding, hoping that you can get some terrain to work with here?
Hidden man.
terrain.
If I
At
move,
least in
then
my.
I'm gonna make too much noise.
So as you're hulking down, hiding, the thumping kind of stops. In a moment's loud voice kind of echoes out. I smell you.
Look at Kyler.
Why are you all hiding, hmm? You trespass in a place where it is forbidden. And the consequence will be death. And a death will be your consumption in my belly. Why don't you come out and make this quick, and I'll make it painless. You're sniffing
wanna
motion
die,
throughout the
guys.
air as the movement, more trees kind of crash. Doesn't seem to be near you though. This is farther away. The voice is loud. After the silence occurs, no one speaks. No one says anything. You're pushed off
Hand
from the ground as a
on
large
the
miniature
Banaberry thing.
earthquake erupts. Wings begin to flap, and the fog begins to dissipate. The sounds of the wings begin to go further and further away. Trisha, shaking.
Like I said, Trisha, we got it.
Time to go home. Told you no.
Stay the course, Trisha. Stay the course. We can do this. Where are we headed next?
Rocks, we really need, I think, get you that stone from the Selenar girl. Just in case.
We got your sword in just in case.
I think the stone helps a lot. Remember, before I had the sword, the stone helped me scare off Etherin. And it wasn't even complete yet.
All right. Well, if we want to do that, we still got to go down and rescue some folks.
Mm-hmm. I think that might help us.
Can't find it. I wish I could.
Well, do we know what time of day it is?
Look up into the air. Sun seems to be still shining. The fog in the upper canopy is thick. Not sure what time of day it is.
Okay.
Right. So, crossing the river. I could get us across, but once I do, I'm gonna be mostly spent on
That's
my upper limits.
That's why I was asking what time of day it was. Either we rest before or we try to cross now and then rest. Should have kept the fucking boats.
We could just cross and go over to that forest area. Maybe rest over there.
Yeah.
That could be a good idea.
Just have to be careful of the undead horde that roams. But we should be safe if I can find adequate room to reign.
All right then. Out come the owls.
Oh, we could have gone and seen the mucklucks.
They begin to poof outwards. Ready for you all to ride.
All right,
Let's go.
let's ride.
So you get onto the owls and you begin to kind of take off, headed for kind of location just within the tree line at the edge of this large and tall grass of reed and vine as the water itself kind of sinks in. You get to the edge as you fly particularly low, I'm assuming, to kind of not entice anything. You can see shadows and whatnot moving within the reeds and the grass, as there seems to be an increased or uptick presence at the present moment. Some of them are slowly moving and roaming in the shadows and the darkness. Many of these figures are tall and hulking. You avoid them. You go into the tree line, darting through into the actual canopy, and you're matching similar terrain and marsh that you have encountered on the other side. This is similar just to the south of Altar Flowers, and the fact that there's just not large amounts of kind of pooling of water. There's uprooted roots of trees. There is grasses, there's mushrooms here, bioluminescent plants, right? Those are all matching that. And you're kind of at the edge, you can stretch through. The fog is thick, the mist, but what you can see is that the grass reaches tall, some of it encompassing about 7 to 9 feet in height, as it's large and intimidating, but it provides great concealment and cover. These figures are roaming and lurking within. Stands to reason now that you're on this side of the riverbank, after crossing a large and massive, fast-moving water, that these figures are reminiscent of those that attacked Fort Farron in height, large and hulking that they are. You also can see another tower that matches in similar fashion to the one that you just were at. It extends at the edge of something that you're not sure, as it's high up into the air, and it seems to match the other one in height.
Let's go again.
You
the
know,
only
guys.
thing that you can see at this point, and it is at this point that the sun has begun to set. The time of day, as far as you know, is changed, and that it is becoming night as it's becoming darker around you, and the bioluminescence of the plants grow brighter, giving enough dim light to be able to see.
Right, so
You guys want to go to another tower?
what if we, in addition to saving these fellas, we also do some extra credit and we go around to these extra towers, just shutting down the Shadowfell portal?
You
I'm
could do
d-
that.
If it
Sounds
means less
wonderful.
zombies, that's good.
It sounds wonderful in of itself, but don't we run the risk of alerting the dragon that came out for us again?
We might, but we're also a little more experienced now in just taking out those orbs and booking it.
Like he'll be eventually alerted to our presence no matter where we go.
A
Not
voice of
exactly
reason.
subtle.
But are we fully prepared to deal with him?
Well, we could hide again. I don't think he'll find us.
I would rather err on the side of caution.
Well, is it really cautious to just go in and save these people from the undead? I mean, what we're doing here is not cautious in general.
You are correct in that effect, but how about this? Put us in more danger than we need to be.
Maybe a little more danger, but there's a little more reward. Well,
And put it
a
to a
lot more,
vote or something.
actually. If we can shut down that portal.
Not sure if I can do what I did at the other tower. I'm not sure if I can do that again.
Well, we'll give you some time to rest and get your juices recharged.
As long as we don't get sidetracked while we're there.
Us sidetracked? Never.
I'm gonna go gather some food for us to eat. I'll be back.
Hey, don't go alone. Rule number
And
one
I
of
never saw
adventuring:
her again.
never go alone.
Been alone in the marshes for a long time. When I venture out, I have some familiarity with this place.
Well, have you been this close to a tower and then legions of undead?
I have been on the other side of the river before, not quite this close to the grassland.
Can accompany her.
Yeah, I trust her. She held her own back there.
Just gonna come with.
I'll come with you.
It's good. She ventures off, headed to the east.
Hopefully she doesn't just go home.
Begins to head off and look down towards the ground, the trees, as she begins to pull several different plants and mushrooms and collecting different sorts of things within the actual marsh. It's very particular about what they're gathering. Does not seem to be gathering much, it's being just very selective about what they're obtaining in here. You're able to kind of pick up on a little bit yourself and potentially be able to survive out here with your own survival and what food is okay to eat, what's not okay to eat. One thing Trisha is doing is not obtaining any water within the actual marsh itself, and kind of towards the tail end of this gathering rounds to the river, heading upriver a little bit more and getting more water than a water skin that's hidden within the small kind of roped and vine. It's almost like a one-piece type suit that they have. Begins to kind of gather and kind of tucks it in. Are you hopeful?
Well, what's life worth living for if you're not at least a little but hopeful?
I suppose. You just seem so happy and not afraid or worried about what's to come.
Well, think about it this way. What's to come is in the future. That's for future you and me to worry about, not present me.
Let's see. Well. When this is all said and done, are you going to stick around and help?
Oh, I've got my own home to head back to, but I wouldn't mind dropping by again.
Suppose you should get back now.
Yes, by the way, did your people never teach you how to purify the water?
It's not something I know.
Remind me in the morning. Maybe I can show you.
I'd like that. I'd like that very much. Begin to trudge backwards, kind of following the riverbank just slightly, and then dipping into the trees and the marsh terrain. Get to the rest of the party. Are you all lighting a fire? Are you kind of what are you all doing for the campsite here?
I'm gonna fuck around with my stone for a little bit. Kind of look at it. Mess around with it.
I'm gonna study the chaos crystal I made while everybody was asleep and try and see if I can find like a usable function for it.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm going to study that crystal core I extracted from one of the, what would we call them, golems?
All right, so I won't have you roll any checks. No need for that. So Kyler, you're looking at your stone. It seems to be relatively inactive from what it once was, and its shape is still perfect and translucent as once what it was before. There is a little bit of inherent property though, kind of coming to it. Just kind of things that are forming on the outsides, like scales that are forming on the outsides of the actual stone, and kind of growing in a way over time. You're not sure exactly why that's happening. You don't feel a change of any physical sense, and no, doesn't seem like anything's happening when you're kind of concentrating on this particular stone. So, Ika, you begin to look into the actual chaos crystal here that has kind of been created, and you're trying to figure out what can actually kind of be done with it. And it seems as if there is a spell that it is longing for in particular, that it can potentially be inherited of something that you would like to put into it, and it can be used in that way. It might also have some spell-like abilities in itself without anything like that. There seems a couple different potentials there. It would need to be more time would need to be spent with it to figure out more kind of specifics to it. However, you're pretty sure that you could tap into this and use it as an action, and whatever outcome happens.
Gotcha.
And then Maestro, spending some time with the core, The architecture and the work that has been put into this is quite old and is quite ancient in a way. There is magic that was once imbued into this crystal core, and the crystals themselves and how they function is very similar to that that was observed with the crystals that Ica possessed within the grove. At that point, there seems to be a way of kind of harnessing energy and then protruding that outwards, but within the actual core itself is almost like glass circuitry that was built in a way to be able to kind of push that energy outwards into the rest of the actual construct. And in that actual circuitry, there is a particular little bit of kind of tiny miniaturized stones that are put in various places. More time would need to be spent as to why those are put in those particular spaces, but from your profession and how they relate to constructs or kind of, in that realm, this would be kind of memories or routines, like functions.
Ooh, something to investigate.
It definitely takes some more time, a couple, maybe a day, 2 days, to be able to kind of figure out what kind of functions and routines that this thing is designed to do. But you're sure that you might be able to come and figure that out with some time. With that, you're able to all to get a long rest. No one stated they were lighting a fire of any kind. Trisha doesn't light a fire, just kind of eats some of these things and offers them to all of you as well to have some food, not to use your rations. And you all kind of rest up in the night. Is anybody taking watch?
Yeah, I can go first.
I'll do so.
I'll take watch.
I'm also gonna do this. And it doesn't matter because I don't learn anything.
What spell were you looking for?
Locate creature.
Okay, creature's not in there. I'm so sorry.
Shame.
This thing's empty.
This bitch empty.
Trisha takes a watch as well. There is no motions or movement through anybody's watches. Seems as though the night kind of goes on and the sun breaks through the fog and the mist in the morning. Nothing happens and seems relatively uneventful. It was hard to sleep. It was a hard rest, as the creatures were still alive in the night of this marsh. There's still things, kind of noises being made and kind of awakening, and the bioluminescent plants are just as bright as daytime. So that light itself is difficult, but you all managed it, and you're ready to go for the next day.
We did it. Huzzah.
As promised, in the morning, I take Trisha out to just the main riverbank and just show her how to purify food and drink.
Okay. Oh, is it like this? Holds out the hands. Go ahead and make a wisdom check. All right. You begin to teach and instruct. It seems as though that Trisha has it. She understands, is now able to perform that spell on her own.
Awesome.
This will come very handy with Salinar taking this back to the Grove. Many will appreciate what you have taught. I'm very surprised that none of those within the elders or the matriarch knew of such talents.
Yes, you can imagine my own surprise when I asked you if you didn't know. Living around such poisonous water.
Well, we've always drank from the water of Talus. We carry what we have outwards. I've really been the only one that I can't really speak to anybody in the Grove about what I do, but I'm generally the only one that goes out and drinks, and it's a risk I take, and I've been fine thus far.
Right, I'm gonna have to have a chat about that Talus fellow one of these days, but I have a feeling you're gonna be understandable.
So, I hope Talus is what I've been told. I haven't really had a chance, but it's something of great power. Everyone worships, loves, and I've grown up with that. But being
Just 'cause
outsiders.
you've,
Yes.
Just because you've grown up with something your entire life and been following everyone else's examples doesn't mean it's something you should blindly follow yourself. You should always ask questions.
I agree. That's why I've gone to Norfolk and outside, and I see what you outsiders have, and it draws to me. And I would like for that to happen one day. Some of the stories and tales I've heard from the past within this place make me hopeful again.
As I thought, you got the right mind about you. Let's get back to the group.
Everyone's back together. What are we all doing?
All right. Time to rescue some Salinar.
Woo! I know what I'm doing when I wake up. Where is that? I'm drinking coffee.
Begin to drink coffee, and poof, Linus poofs back.
I pat him on the head.
Yes, sir.
You okay, Linus?
I'm fine now, Master. It was pretty bad. I could have sworn you died or something, but eventually I came back.
Me? Nah.
You're right, Master. You
Alright.
never die. You live forever.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yikes.
Together, you and I,
Knock
Master,
on wood.
forever. Something I would really
He-
like.
He just nods, and then goes over to a tree and knocks on it.
Fucking punches it.
Master, do you need your daily combing?
My god.
Sure, Linus.
It begins to hover up, perches, begins to comb ferociously.
Only Linus is allowed to do that.
Gotta make sure you're top shape, Master, especially for what we're about ready to get into. Oh boy.
That is the DM warning us, I think.
In time, freshly combed. Linus puts it away within the miniature sized, wherever it is within the ruffles of the feathers. All right,
They have
man.
those big holes in their ear that you can see to their brain.
Dude, yeah, owls have
Yeah.
ear kind of holes. They're actually pretty small and they're off put, very specifically. But yeah, just stuffs it in there.
Just
My coffee away and see what everyone else is up to.
we know what's in the bottom of the towers.
Irrelevant.
Probably monsters. We'll just leave them alone.
Yep.
Until you guys find out, and that's the most important shit down there. All the loot.
We could start from the bottom this time and then make our way up.
If I remember correctly, the door wasn't quite easy to open up now, was it?
Mm. I'm okay with flying up. I'm just wondering if anybody heard anything about what's in it.
But why are we talking
Maybe we
about
should
this?
explore the towers a little bit if we do visit one.
Are we planning on going to this tower over here?
I want to. I don't know about the rest of you.
If we do, we'd probably want to do that before we do any rescue operations. Probably wouldn't be wanting to bring more people to the tower.
Mm-mm.
Sure that we should be going to another tower after what just happened at the other one.
You mean the tower where we successfully thwarted the big dragon and took away 2 of the power generators?
You know, if I would call that a successful thwartation,
You may.
As much as it was fleeing and hiding successfully from a very abysmal perception roll.
Sometimes hiding is key to victory.
I think I'm gonna have to agree with her on this one, but
I would say that the longer we take, the more lives of my people will be taken.
yeah.
You're right. You're right. We can come
Sure,
back
I
and
got
do
a
this
point
after.
there.
Cower's not going anywhere.
Yep.
Cower sprouts fucking legs, starts walking.
Now
Just
the
to
question
prove you're
is,
wrong.
how are we going to get over to where the Salinar are being kept?
Mm-hmm.
The undead will most assuredly be watching the water. Might be able to take them by surprise and go strictly through the grass.
Cool.
Water should be not very deep, and if we move with the terrain, we can navigate through it. I think I'm skilled enough to take you through.
Sounds good.
You all are willing and accepting of my trust.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I'll make sure we stay hidden.
You didn't pass on Tracy. All right. I'm going to roll a couple checks here. I need everyone to roll stealth for me.
I think Kyler's just gonna predator. Strip down to just like some pants, put mud all over him.
Oops, I
Unfortunately.
rolled twice.
Thanks for,
Let's go with
thank
the
God
first
for
one.
pass without a trace.
Bear back.
That's a bummer.
Thank you, pass without a trace, for potentially saving our asses. Hopefully.
Huh.
That is awesome.
All right, so we take the day off and we just kind of we regroup, re-energize here. My roll could have been so good too. Fucking disadvantage, man. Fuck. Holy
Uh-oh.
shit. All right.
Okay. So, you all begin to push through the grass. As you can see that Trisha is quite skilled survival, so able to move through the grass at a very fantastic check and begins to kind of snake through and wind. At certain intervals, Trisha kind of points with the hand as you're moving through, kind of hulks down and hides in the concealment of the grass. Just kind of waits near large thunking of some creature, this large kind of movement and shoving through grass, and this moan as they begin to kind of move through, almost as if they're kind of like routinely patrolling this area. Trisha kind of holds and just waits, and then begins to move through once more. With your pass without trace, you are able to get through successfully without being detected, as these creatures lack much perception, if they have any perception at all.
Phew.
Some are missing eyeballs, man.
They're not perceptive at all. I mean, you could walk right behind one of them and they probably wouldn't even notice you're there.
They're hardly
Tri-
sentient.
And
so-
Trisha rolled really fantastic with survival. So, I'm going to go ahead and activate. Make sure you give you time to load onto this map.
This looks fucking fun. That motherfucker dead.
A lot of big boys.
That's the one I want. I think they'll work for now. Okay. So near the northern shores of a lake, which has been referred to by Tricia as Crepple Lake, there seems to be a large kind of a single piece of rock that has been carved into a structure resembling that of a kind of a miniaturized keep. Of a large dark granite, seems to be chiseled and haphazard and shaped over many hundreds of years from this distance, and tall grass becomes thin and thin as you approach, and you're kind of now peeking your heads up from the grass with the undead kind of behind you in the backdrop, none of which are this close to this particular area. They're much further away. You can see to your west as you stretch more grass, but now you're close enough that the fog has been cleared that you're seeing towered kind of ruined walls and sections of other buildings that have been kind of toppled over or overgrown by vine and grass and mushrooms and hyphae that begin to enthrall, and it spans all the way to the shores of the river and to the lake, and you're seeing that in the distance to your west, hundreds and hundreds of feet off. This particular area is surrounded by trios of timber beams that have been positioned as spikes, roped together and lashed. Many of them actually have undead upon them, currently kind of almost puncturized. These zombified humanoids. They're still alive as they're kind of moving their hands outwards, incapacitated and unable to attack, but enough to make noise and be able to perceive and yell if needed. These spikes are wrapped around, positioned around the entirety of this rock structure here. Being multi-elevated, the steep 30-feet cliff sides of the first level are rough and sheer. However, plenty of hand and foot grooves exist within. Growing from bioluminescent shrooms, a slightly grassy path that seems to wind itself up towards a black metallic portcullis fit within some of the embedded stone rock. There are two hulking figures as they shift upon this large piece of stone that's fit with the gate and the mechanisms to lift it. This particular piece of stone is 20 feet tall and matches the height of the two towers on either side of it, with cackling looking creatures upon. They wouldn't unpause it.
Hey, Aika, do you think Linus would be able to tell us a little bit of a scout report on where our captives are?
Exactly what I was thinking. And I look at Linus and I kind of gesture, try and be sneaky about it.
All right, Master. I'll do my best, Master. Go ahead and roll stealth check for Linus.
Guidance.
Go ahead and add the D4. Okay. Linus begins to fly upwards, begins to scan around. In moments, about 7 minutes or so, comes back, lands onto your shoulder within the grass. I don't think anybody saw me, Master. They're just kind of staring and waiting, all of them.
Did you see the captives we're looking for?
Yes, sir, within these metallic cages dangling from a large tree. It's next to the front gate and one of the towers, but it's very tall. It's taller than the towers. It's about 50 feet tall. So one of them doesn't seem to be moving and breathing Other ones are standing, another one is sitting. They look very sick and tired and ill. Another one of the hulking figures just threw one into the pit. Something in there, Master.
Oh shit.
Thank you, Linus. Well, we know where we have to go. It's just how we get there without being spotted.
I don't think there's a way we get in without being spotted.
Unless we can all turn invisible.
Is the gate open?
It is shut.
Right. I have a crazy idea if we want to try it. Who here's good with distractions?
What kind of distractions?
Well, if we can distract the majority of them, I can make another, flying monkey. Could get in there, start getting those captives away. Since it sounds like there's not too many.
There's what, 3 on the tree, 1 in a pit.
One in the pit is not alive anymore, Master.
Oh.
There
Alright.
you go, just the 3 on a tree.
Sorry.
Is there a back way we can get in, maybe?
She's kneeling in the grass. I don't know. I don't think so. It seems to be very heavily guarded.
I can distract them at the front gate.
You know, it would be really distracting. Another giant monkey.
I could do that.
Could, do you see those wooden spikes out there? These right. I could, I think they're just far enough to where I can take them and make them into something that could be distracting. So then none of us have to actually, risk our lives to go in and distract.
All right, so I can make 2 of you into big old monkeys. That way you can just go in one swoop and get them out.
I
I'm assuming-
volunteer.
Well, how big are the cages? Are they able to underarm carry it?
They're large and heavy metallic cages with a
Okay.
kind of a domed top and a very circular nature to them, like a cylinder. And there is chain interlinking into the branches, particularly of this tree, but there's also chain that is linking from the cages embedded into the tower, as well as the large stone piece that fits the portcullis as well. And so it's kind of an elaborate chain mechanism, there's multiple different points that it's being hung. I would say it's too difficult to ascertain the information at this distance.
Yeah. We don't know how thick those chains are, do we?
Linus was only doing kind of a top-down view up high. You'd have to get pretty close to be able to see, at least within 60 feet.
I could get a bit of a closer look if we like.
If you feel it's necessary, which it would be nice, but if it's gonna risk your own life, then, maybe best not to.
It's a problem for future me. Oh. I'm gonna get it as close as we feasibly can without
You're still within the tall grass. It's getting shorter and
Yeah.
shorter as you go, but you're kind of hulking down and sitting. Trisha kind of looks towards you. Be safe. Be
Yeah.
careful.
Kind of just keep I'll get it low enough to the point where now she starts crawling, and then wild shape into a spider. We're gonna go check out that tree.
Oops, you crawled onto a landmine.
I don't want to take any obvious pathways because, like I said, maybe traps. I don't know. So we're
That
just gonna,
does look a little suspicious.
so we're gonna go like
tiny spider. Look how small that token is.
Oh my God.
God.
I
So
would not have
small.
seen it if you didn't highlight it.
So as you wild shape you begin to go, you see the creatures kind of moaning outwards. It's like a kind of a symphony of moans as you come closer to these particular creatures. You're kind of having an idea that they don't care about you particularly, being a spider. They probably come across different insects and things all the time, and so when you tend to pass by them, they just don't. They continue their symphony of moaning here, and you kind of crawl within. The edge of the grass is kind of protruding and growing from the edge of the rock, right? It's coming outwards, and you get to kind of see now the expanse of how high up these 30-foot cliff sides are. It's just this large distance up even to get to the first level. Up high, you hear kind of cackling and different skeletons with bows, kind of strong looking left and right, currently very much on patrol and alert. And they're just surveying the scene outstretched eternally. You now see the dangling of cages high up into the air. The tree itself resembles that about maybe 65 feet tall. The cages dangle just roughly 5 feet below that, and then they're about
Jesus.
10 feet in length. So it's about 50 feet at the bottom end of the cage. Some of them are kind of breathing slightly and moving. They all resemble of the similar druids within the Salon that you've seen. Some of them are also wearing additional kind of armor, weaponry, and they're kind of outfitted themselves. And those have been stripped. So you're just seeing almost like the scabbards or the hold,
Yeah.
right, of what they used to have, but they don't have the weapons. They have the armor, though.
So, looking at them, are they themselves chained, or are they just inside this cage that's chained?
They're inside the cage that is chained, and they are currently manacled by the wrists and the ankles.
Okay.
You're able to see that at this distance. The chains themselves are thick, and together in unison, there's 3 chains to each cage, and they're able to hold upwards of 1,200 pounds.
Okay.
So
I have a
they're-
different idea.
They could be broken by you if you had the strength. You could potentially break each individual chain in an attempt to get the cage off.
Okay. That'll do it. Oh, it gave me a different token. Nice. Right. So, big cages. I have a bit of a different plan now, though. Same distraction, but I could attempt to, if distractions work, try and get in there, and well, I'll turn those 3 with the help of my little pixie friends into little critters that can kind of scamper off on their own.
Alright, sounds good.
Seems easy enough.
Argument from me.
Right, we just need the distraction then. But before we do that, mind if we take just a wee little short rest?
Short rest here. You want to rest within the grass?
When I looked over there, they didn't really seem like they were looking for anything in particular. Don't think they're gonna be moving.
Let's see. All right. I mean, if that's what you all need.
I mean, I would love to do so, but would that mean that one of them may get thrown into that pit as well? In the time
Good
we take.
point. Let's skip the short rest.
All right,
So
how are we
we're
doing this
going-
direction?
All right. Well, I could still turn people into monkeys if you like. I don't know. I think Aika had a plan though.
Yep.
I'll be over there, ready for whenever the distractions are.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast this. Oh my gosh, can I select it, please? I'm gonna turn like these wooden spikes into like a large. I can make a large. I guess I'll make it a giant ape just because you know we have a theme going here. Like right here. And then just outside of its range, cast a fireball in front of it to get the attention of everyone.
Damn.
So you're making, because fabricate, you convert raw materials into products of the same material.
Yeah, so I'm turning these
So
wooden
you're
things
turning
into like a
wooden,
giant wooden, yeah,
like a wooden ape looking.
We Trojan
Yeah.
horse in this bitch.
yeah,
Okay.
and then
you're gonna
making
be
an
launching-
explosion in front of
And
it.
then you're firing an explosion. Okay, I gotcha.
Point of clarification. I didn't mention it, but is it all right if I had casted the pixies and just had them be invisible?
Yeah, that's fine.
Goes boom.
Okay. So as you create and fabricate this massive explosion of the fireball, kind of erupts as it just like kind of lands down into the ground. This large kind of explosion kind of goes outwards and explodes. There is a little bit of a shriek from something as it emanates, it like lashes out. So it kind of echoes, almost pierces into your ears. And the sound of flapping of wings begins to kind of erupt into the air as this very odd
like that.
creature flies directly to the explosion, with shadows moving within its wings and with its back. As it does, flying into the air, crests itself. I need everyone in the grass to roll a stealth check.
Can I take an action to activate my ring of invisibility?
Again.
Do we still have pass without a trace?
No.
No,
Ah,
that's
damn.
gone. It's within 2 sweet
Ah,
Jesus.
damn.
Fucking nailed it. Disadvantage don't matter.
Ah, damn.
Alright.
Told you I went predator on this bitch. Oh, I can
Try again. Oh, damn.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
I get advantage because of the ring, right?
Yeah, you do have advantage. You can go ahead and roll it twice if you happen.
Sweet Jesus.
Okay. As the creature lands, perching itself into the ground, its wings begin to unfurl itself. It cracks its neck at the explosion, looks towards the apes, and its neck just immediately snaps over towards all of you in your direction, as it seems that it is echolocating, and this force is hit into the grass as the grass moves with the large screech of itself. I need you all to roll initiatives.
Dang it, we weren't sneaky enough.
I don't think it matters with echolocation.
Maybe it would have thought that we're just weird looking trees. Uh-huh. And that one. My mouse keeps double clicking, so sorry it's sending a
It's
bunch
okay.
of times.
Yeah, I'll just make sure that it's correct when it's done. So let's see here. You had so you have the first initiative roll as a 19.
Yeah.
That should be what you're at. So.
Jesus,
Good.
you rolled 3. That coffee's really
Yeah.
hitting you, huh?
I need to get a new mouse.
So it looks like we're going to start with round 1 at Farax. So there's a graphical thing underneath the Tenzin. It's not your initiative yet. So Farax, you as the spider, you're underneath. The moaning is ever increasing loud. This thing has kind of flown over. You've seen it land. There's a screech outwards. And now some of the skeletons upon the actual tower themselves, they haven't perceived anything. They haven't moved or made any motions at all. Neither has the hulking figures upon the actual large slab of stone that you can see there. Those in the cages are kind of moving a little bit at the sounds. They're kind of shrieked and kind of hid away from it, and they haven't taken any actions or doing anything. They're just kind of holding themselves down. What are we doing?
Well, first at this point, I'm sort of climbed up the actual tree, so like right around where this cage is.
Okay. What's your climbing speed? I believe is 20.
Yeah, no, that's where we were positioning beforehand.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you about probably 50, right? So you're just like at the cage at the bottom end. You're kind of teetering and crawling up it.
Yeah. With conjure spells, are you able to communicate with your creatures while shapeshifted? I don't know.
Depends, I believe, on the actual like conjuration spell, like which spell that you're doing. They have to obey like verbal commands. You have to give
Right.
them verbal commands. So as a spider, you actually can't vocalize verbally, so you can't
Sure.
give them any commands. So
Okay.
they're going off of the last command that you had, which appears to be following you, being invisible, right, and then going with you.
Okay. Can I hold an action? I want to hold an action until it's my pixie's turn. Once it's my pixie's turn, to unshapeshift and quickly just explain to these three, hey, we're helping, we're here to rescue you. I'm gonna turn us all into spiders, follow me.
Okay, so basically you're gonna hold your action to verbalize your command,
Yeah.
then to do a polymorph
On all of
onto
us.
all of you in
Yeah.
the tree. Okay, turning basically all those 3 into spiders. Okay,
Okay.
and then,
And then-
when is the hold? When is that gonna happen?
So whatever it's Pixie's turn, which is coming up.
Okay, so whenever it's the pixie's turn. Okay, yeah, I think it's right after yours. Okay. So go ahead. So you're going to end your transformation, correct?
Yep.
Perched up onto the tree. Okay. As you end it, you are in the tree itself. I need you to make an athletics check. Yeah, nice. All right. You're like a spider in your own right. Just
Easy.
roped onto it. So you kind of hold as you come outwards. You give a verbal command, outstretched into the invisible kind of swarm that's around you. In so doing, you also give verbalize it. You're telling these 3 that have no fear things are going to happen. They're just completely starstruck at the moment. They have no idea that this is going to be a thing, and their eyes just kind of go wide. That this, that you're here and who you are, what you are, right? What's going to happen?
Giant wooden ape fireball. I mean, Like, what the fuck?
As you come outwards, you see that the actual creatures that were patrolling, these cackling looking creatures, kind of slowly turn and look towards you. And it's at this point that they begin to kind of move out, maybe to grab an arrow from the quiver at the backside to put within the bow. The actual figure on the wall itself of the gate, they don't recognize you. You're on the other side of the tree. If they heard you, they kind of slowly kind of look in your direction, but there's no sight to match, and so they don't act. When your
And then,
pixies begins to polymorph, right?
Yep.
And then you go into session of 4 different polymorphs, right? Because you're
4 different
wanting-
polymorphs, and then the remaining 4 pixies will cast confusion on the undead who did notice.
So it's just these 2 on this side that are looking in that particular direction. This one is now turned, and that was in response to the actual creature taking flight. Slowly rotated in the direction of that. So go ahead and cast confusion. That will end their invisibility,
Mm-hmm.
and as well as those that casted the polymorph, which you have 4 there, so you have 4 confusions to work with.
Yep. So 4 confusions layered on top of these 2 that noted us.
So you're going to spread them out probably, or just take the effect by effect. Let's see here.
Basically, yeah, we're just doing all 4 to make sure they each land. Well, the greatest chances of landing it on both of them.
Yeah. Just going to roll. Your DC is of what's the DC
12.
of the?
Just a
it's
12.
Yep. Okay.
That's why I'm casting it 4 times.
Okay. So one of the casts is not successful. The second one is successful, and then you pass it on to the next one. That one is successful. So you have 1 spell casting available from one of the pixies, and at that point they will take. Let's see. I gotta re-up on my confusion. It's definitely not a spell that people cast a lot. Let's see. 10-foot sphere, center point. Effective creature can't take reactions. Must roll d10 at the start of each of its turns. Determine the behavior. Okay. Gotcha.
Right. And that's it. And then, yep, that's it.
All right, Ika, it's your turn.
I'm going. So it's looking at us now.
Yeah, it's looking in your direction. Seems to have noticed you all in the grass.
Dang, it doesn't care about my monkey, my ape.
Monkey sad.
Even though it can't.
Does it at least look good? Does monkey look good?
Probably looks. I tried to make it look intimidating and
Oh, I
spooky.
appreciate it,
but
Ika.
It probably doesn't look very good considering it's made out of wooden spikes.
I mean, it's a badass monkey.
Who knows? Maybe it has echolocation. Maybe it'll think that it's real or something. I don't know. But I'm gonna hold an action to use a lightning bolt spell scroll.
Okay, what do you
For
what's
now.
the trigger?
If it approaches like around this area right here.
Okay, so if it gets to the grass line, that's
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, that's my turn.
One of the creatures up slightly. It's about 4 or 5 feet up onto the first kind of stage of this kind of grassy rampart that leads up into the miniaturized keep here. This creature is actually going to jump off, land with a large kind of hulk as he begins to turn towards the kind of sound of the screech. And you see that the winged creature kind of snaps in direction to this particular creature that has landed, and you see its eyes kind of go wide as it takes in some sort of command or some sort of order and begins to march with the remainder of its movement speed towards the grass. It does not take a dash, just begins to kind of trudge forward, aimed in the direction of the grass itself. Maestro, you're up.
Okay. First things first, bonus action and put Ishtar onto the out. Yep. Should be what, like 10 feet of me. Sure I do this correct. And then I'll just hold an action for Ishtar to, you know, smack the first thing that comes within range.
So swing anything comes within 10 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
That's hostile.
All right. Anything else?
I'm still invisible, so I'll just like move back 10 feet. Call it Gucci.
All right. Come to the creature. Begins to slowly, was already kind of turned, but kind of it's almost like perching itself up and it's unfurling its wings as it is. It seems to almost like its eyes are kind of now a kind of a glow, as if it's seeing through the grass, as its eyes are now kind of glowing through echolocation continuing. It flies forward, moving about 40 feet, coming up to the grass line, triggering your effect.
Cool. Let me unselect lightness really quick. Oop, my template disappeared.
If you're just going for that one target, you can just roll the flat damage if you want, and then I can
Yeah.
roll the save throw. That's fine.
Oop, hold on. Oh my god, it rolled twice.
Good thing the 40 was the first one.
It's the DC
17.
17. Okay. It succeeds as it does. Fire it out from the grass as this large cackling of electricity sparks through the air, incinerating some of the grass as it comes through. Kind of almost prematurely, it's just season, just dodges out of the way. It still is hit by it in one of its wings as the lightning begins to trace around, and the shadowy wing in its figures begins to cackle and spark, slightly showing that it is still a physical creature, but it has some sort of magical resistance and properties to it, as it's able to successfully save against magic. As it lands down, it continues to press forward slightly 20 feet. As it does, it opens its mouth outwards, echolocates once more, and then seems to disappear.
Not cool, bro.
Dang. Don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Not cool.
Now come to Trisha's turn here. As Trisha is kind of looking towards the creature, sees that it disappears, kind of looks right, looks left at what you all are doing, is now going to be moving about 15 or 20 feet, seeing the people that are up there being now kind of disappearing, right? As they're now becoming spiders. I'm not gonna shape them right quite yet until, you know, unless it's absolutely necessary. So, but you just sees them and almost kind of reaches out, and then they're gone, right? And then just stops and then looks at the big hulking figure that's kind of moving outwards and doesn't do anything necessarily, and then touches the ground as it does. Appears to cast something in between. As these large spikes begin to erupt from the actual ground itself and begin to entrace and enthrall, it seems that this creature has almost like pushing up towards the creature in its feet. This is something that one of your companions is familiar with, and these large spikes and this massive thorns beginning to come upwards. It seems though this area would be difficult terrain, as also deal damage as you traverse it. And this creature seems none the wiser, and it doesn't stop, continuing to press forward. It's going to be the end of Trisha's turn. Tenzin, you're up.
Alright. I just saw the big bat just disappear. And I'm gonna try to use my magical awareness to see if I can sense if it's using any sort of magic to turn invisible, see and try to get an idea of where it is.
So, as you outstretch looking towards your best of your abilities, I'm actually going to draw just a circular template over where you're potentially seeing this creature. Template becomes a square just because it's cheating, but you can see that you're sensing it within the air, and when it's in the air, you're not sure elevation-wise. It's just very hard to pinpoint at that point, but it's definitely higher up than your reach. You're not going to be able to just run up and swing at it. It seems to be in mid-flight within the air and has some sort of invisibility happening here that this creature is innately using.
All right, I'm gonna point in that direction and say, "It's flying over there!" And I'm gonna rage as a bonus action in my turn.
Okay.
That'll also trigger my wild surge.
Give you double rage.
And it's very I can teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see. Okay.
You use each of your turns, so you get to teleport occupied space, and then you get to use this as a bonus action in your turns.
All right. Do I get to teleport now, or is that my
Yeah, you get
future
to do
bonus
it.
action?
You get to do it right when you rage. Yep. And then
Okay, I
subsequent
can't
on your
make
turns
it
as bonus action.
square, so I'm gonna teleport closer to it.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
All right, Kyler, you're up.
Motherfucker screamed so loud he fucking teleported. Alright. I gonna move over here. I will unsheath my sword and I will hold the attack action if it enters my range.
Okay.
Or lands on me, whatever.
Okay. You see as these two upon the actual platform begin to move, they're kind of like, kind of moving down the ramparts and down the ramp. They're just kind of slowly kind of moving, not unsure of what is happening, but they're seeing the commotion is arising, and they were able to perceive that.
A hell of a distraction, Aika.
I tried. I mean, it's distracting them from what we're doing over there, right? Close enough. It's not my fault you guys couldn't stand still and pretend to be a tree.
Okay, so the one on the south, that one skeleton that detects your presence, that takes no movement or action. Seems to be like, it's like kind of moving every which way. Obviously, you all are spiders at this point. It's more like the pixies that are, pixies are just kind of fluttering. The particular one in the north seems to have kind of some availability, but not with range. So it's unable to make a specific attack with the bow, but it is able to kind of begin to kind of cackle outwards, and it does kind of go as it's like cackling, and you notice that the two on the other side of this tower are beginning to kind of move or rotate, and they will be kind of joining in with their particular group initiative of that tower on the next turn. All right, you are all spiders. They will act upon your turn.
Okay. So, plan is, pixies are tiny, spiders are tiny, so roughly the same size. Our plan is to go like single column at the base of this tower to like break line of sight with these things. And then just go right along the base of the tower, like all the way like around.
Okay, so your climb speed as a spider is 20 feet.
Yep.
So they're all going to be able to get to 10 feet in elevation as they're able to climb down the tree following suit. Some of them they were wounded or unable to go, but now they can as they are polymorphs. So they take on the health pool, and they are all kind of with you on the tree, following you in unison outside of these cages, going with you.
And then the pixies who casted Confusion they'll also be along the base of the tower, but they're going to be just a little higher than the ones who casted Polymorph.
Okay. I gotcha.
And
Now,
that's it.
Confusion is concentrated, correct? And also
Yeah.
Polymorph is concentrated. So
Yep.
you have one of which has not casted anything. So just FYI.
Yeah. Nah, that one's gonna be on hold action to polymorph in case, for whatever reason, one of our polymorph breaks.
One of you fails. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, and they're not invisible, but I'm not going to waste time trying to remove status effect there, in case you put it back on them. And we're going to go and end their turn as they begin to kind of hover, moving down, moving in uniform, kind of grouping, getting together upon the wall or up higher, and we're going to come to Ica.
I'm gonna back up, like right here, pat Kylo on the shoulder and be like, good luck. And I'm gonna cast haste on him. And then
Okay.
back up more.
Okay.
I'm killing this fucking bat. I'm gonna try to
Me.
clip its wings first.
Let me not be in Linus really quick.
I'll put this below you, because you're invisible.
And then I'll get Linus to probably go forward and help Tenzin since he says that he's close to the bat. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, this creature is going to begin to move in the direction of where he's hearing the shuffling and the movement at the epicenter of the group. He's going to go all the way across, moving 30 feet as he trudges through the spike growth. For every 5 feet, he takes 2d4 damage. It's a total of 6 times 2, so that's 12d4 damage. And that is a dash. Be able to go through that difficult terrain at that movement speed. Taking damage, seems to be upright, still moving, still ready to go, but that is a dash. Ending turn. Maestro, you're up.
Okay, so where did Tenzin point at it again? Because I got a little distracted.
It's highlighted with a template currently, and it is in the air, but you do not. Tenzin doesn't know
Yeah.
elevation wise; it's too difficult to tell, but it is in the air.
Okay. So it can be 60 from how far is she right now? That is the wrong one. That should do. I'm gonna move Ishtar to be here. And I'm going to see, I can do this right now. Slightly out of range, actually. I'll move it closer. So I'll overheat Ishtar. And then I'm going to attack this guy. That was completely wrong. I'm sorry about that.
All right, let me move from that in there.
Yeah.
Good. All right, so you can use overheat
Yes.
Channeling, okay?
And
So we
then it
obviously new feature for you. So to help you clarify, right? So at your level, you get to get an additional damage die dealt with melee attacks from Ishtar if you take the attack action.
Okay. And then it is 2 attacks right now,
That's
right?
correct. Yep, you have multi attack associated with Ishtar. So the first strike of 14 is going to be a miss as you go in, lashing outwards. The large hulking metallic shield takes the blow of it. First one is going to be a miss.
Okay.
Second second strike is going to be a hit. 23 hits. That does 11 points of force damage, and then go ahead and roll an additional d8 for me.
Okay.
All right, so it's a total of 16 points of force damage, and now I need you to roll a d6. All right, so a 6. So, if you rolled a 1 or a 2, Ishtar would overheat and be stunned. However, it seems to have no effect after overheating. Seems to be able to cool down from the core, and was able to successfully deal additional damage die on the strike.
Okay. Then that's all me.
All right, gonna end your turn. Comes in the creature, dropping invisibility as it slowly dips down, flying to about 10 feet up into the air. As it hovers downwards, still kind of pumping its wings, it opens its mouth upwards and fires off some sort of spell, and this is very reminiscent of a cone of cold.
Lovely.
I mean, I'll roll for it.
Is
but-
it like it, or is it a spell?
This is innate spellcasting. This is something the creature can do innately. It is still technically a spell. You can attempt to counterspell it if you want to. Okay, so give you a roll. Or I believe if a counterspell, if it's higher.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, let's see here. The roll is going to be.
Is it just a d20?
I believe it's made with your spellcasting ability, so it'd be like an
Yeah.
intelligence check.
Wow.
Ooh,
Garbage can.
damn,
You are
just-
unsuccessful in counterspelling this particular effect.
Unfortunate.
Big unfortunate.
Okay, so running through the saves here. Looks like Linus had failed completely.
Linus gets obliterated again.
Tenzin, you had a 13. Aiku, you had a
Yep.
24. Kyler, you had a 12. And
Don't matter.
Ishtar had a 16. So Ishtar succeeds, Kyler, you fail, doesn't matter. Aiku, you succeed, Tenzin, you fail. The total amount of damage dealt from this cone of cold as it blasts out towards you, beginning to freeze an icicle. Your flesh is a total of 34 points of cold damage. I believe your rage, so you take 34 because you cannot rage against this type of damage, so you can't resist that.
Yep.
Aiku, you're able to half. That is going to prompt a concentration check for the haste, right? That you're able to succeed. Either you take no damage as you are immune to cold damage, and Ishtar takes half damage from the successful throw. So the haste is still up, so you're able to succeed on that. I'm going to remove the template off of that. The creature now is going to use the rest of its movement speed to land down upon the ground as it rises upwards and continues to echolocate, screeching outwards, looking for its next target. It centers upon you, Tenzin, directly in front of it, with large, menacing teeth as it unwraps itself, two on top and two on the bottom, and then razor sharp jutting around its jaw, and its jowls can open up significantly large enough to be able to eat a large-sized creature if it chooses to. It ends its turn. Trisha's
I'm
up.
going in.
Go, Kyler. You're hasted.
All right, Trisha's going to move 10 feet here. It is going to fire off a lightning bolt. Begins to throw it outwards. It's 21 points of lightning damage. Looks like the creature succeeds, but the ogre does not. This lightning kind of cackles outwards. She kind of holds it too. Just kind of throwing it, kind of pulls it back, sees that none of them dropped. Kind of looks left and right, stretches towards, and doesn't see any of the figures really anymore upon the tree. A little bit of hope, and is actually going to kind of move just slightly back, unsure, right? Kind of stepping through the grass, continuing space and ends their turn. Tenzin, you're up.
Is this thing? This thing is on the ground right now, right?
It is correct. It has landed. Yep.
I want to teleport on top of it.
Okay.
Just on its back.
Okay.
And is there anything special I have to do to stay on its back right now, or am I just there?
I need you to make an athletics check.
Fair, fair. Don't fail me now. You failed me now. How? How? I'm raging. Come on.
Okay. So as you kind of support the creature, you land upon the back, but there's this kind of a slipperiness to its fur as well as the shadow. You're trying to reach for something physical and you can't. It continues and just kind of throws you off into the side, kind of launches you 5 feet to the top side of the creature. So go ahead and move your token just on the outside of its wing, of its top wing there.
Right there.
Yep.
All right. I'll just I'm just gonna recklessly attack it. So that's advantage on both flail swings. Need to target.
20 is going to be hit, deals 11 points of bludgeoning damage as you come across and you strike. It seems as though this creature sustains nothing, as it does not take any damage from normal physical weaponry.
All right. That is very unfortunate. I am.
It's Kyler's time to shine.
I'm gonna let it get an attack of opportunity on me and just step away.
Okay. Well, you're still within its threat range. It has reach, so you're not leaving its space. You're just getting outside of the wing there.
I'll move. I'm just gonna walk. I'm just gonna make my way back to Kyler and says, "He's your problem."
So you are going to go outside the range then, as you go.
Yes,
So
I will.
Okay.
Can't do anything to it. So.
It's going to go in for a bite towards you. 28 to hit.
Oh god. It's gonna grab
That'll
you,
do it.
isn't it?
All right, to 17 points of piercing damage, which you were able to resist with your rage, dealing only 8 points to you. It kind of grabs maybe
Alright.
towards your backside, kind of lashes with some of the razor sharps and lacerates your back. Continues to screech
Okay.
outwards.
That will be it.
All right, Kyler, you're up.
Yeah.
It is
Come
time.
here, boy.
And I'm
All right, make sure-
also out of character. I'm not sure what's happening with the music. It seems to have crashed, and I'm not able to get it back up right now. So just
Oh, okay. So let me pull up some Beatles then. That's always a good mood for a fight. All right. Just kind of start swinging. Make sure Grey Weapon Master is on. It is. All right. And then
for strike 13 is going to be a miss as it pulls its wing out of the way as you swing down with the band right through with a slight whistle as it comes through.
Try again.
All right, 22 is going to be a hit, and that does 25 points of slashing damage as you come striking across the center mass of this creature that resembles that of a bat. As you come kind of left and right, kind of slicing, slashing through, it seems to penetrate and deal damage to this creature.
All right. Going in again. Some hasted.
18 is going to hit. That does a
Perfect.
total of 28 points of slashing damage as you come across again from left now to right. Coming across, the creature lurches back. Anger and upsetness as it kind of pulls, and it all begins to kind of move, and the shadows are kind of lashing around itself. It kind of looks towards you and begins to wind itself up the next turn to strike.
Cool. Well, I'm still gonna keep going. And on that one, I'm going to precision attack. Unless that hit.
15 does not hit.
Yeah, okay.
41
It's gonna
hits.
hit now.
Okay.
Then
21 points of
Mm.
damage.
yep. And then we're gonna go again.
19 hits. That does 25
Okay.
points of damage as you come across, swinging with an action surge, pumping, palpitating. You come across once more, coming left and right, slashing ferociously. You're cutting into the creatures as shadows begin to emerge and move. Creature upset, still focused on you and still alive.
You think I should hit it again? I think I should hit it again.
17 is going to be a miss as you come across, as this creature seems to have some sort of magical barrier that has formed at this point.
Oh wait,
Addition-
even
With an addition of 3, it seems to have reacted and casted a magical
Okay.
effect upon
Okay.
itself for this
Gotcha.
last blow specifically. This is not the shield spell, but it is something of shadow magic as it emerges from it and glances off the blow, just particularly of one blow. And now that effect dissipates away, so the shadows kind of push away.
okay. Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna stay right here.
Okay. Moving to the edge of these two skeletons as they come to the edge, they fire 2 arrows towards Trisha.
Uh-oh. Oh god, it's gonna be a Boromir moment.
All right, so we have a 19 and a 21. Both of those hit, deals 11 points total to Trisha as they land through the tall grass, kind of going left and right into Trisha. They kind of cackle outwards. Ending turn. Now come to the ones up here. I'm going to go ahead and roll. They're still under the effect and they're still within that space. They both take no actions or reactions or movements or anything, but the other two now have been kind of warned. They kind of begin to move up to the edge, slightly giving space. I'll just move them 5 feet. They take the bows out. They fire for the closest target they can see, which is Trisha. 2 arrows being fired. All right, so Trisha is only hit with one of them, takes 7 points of piercing damage as it lands into the leg. You hear kind of begins to kind of wind up, fails concentration as the spikes retract backwards into the ground. She kind of goes to half knee within the grass as she kind of winces outwards, but she stays strong and still alive. Grabs a sack from the back and kind of puts it to the earth, kind of propping themselves upright, keeping to. Frox, we're going to come to you at the top of round 3, and I'm going to try to refresh my browser and see if I can get the music to play. We're going to see. All right, Frox, what are we doing?
Okay, well, down the rest of the tree, and then so I guess like we're here, and then another. What is this? Another. Is this 5 feet or is this 10 feet? This is 10 feet, right? To get to the wall.
It's 5 feet from the tree. Yeah, the tree
Okay.
base is quite large. It's a large tree, encompasses a great space, so I allow it kind of diversify there for space. And so they're kind of just following along with you. I won't move them, right? We'll just say that they're going along with you. In total, you've moved, 10 feet down, then 5 feet, so it's 15 feet total.
15. And so we
Those
just
spider things.
we're kind of like we're on the wall, really. We're just going
Yeah.
along the side of the wall. So we got another 15 feet. So 5, 10, 15. Right. That's it. And then Pixie's just moving along with us.
Okay, I'll go ahead and end both of your turns then.
All right.
Chromatic Orb
Right,
18 is going to land as you do 7 points of what kind of damage?
Lightning.
Lightning.
A shame that I rolled so low.
Is successful as it comes through and kind of penetrates, kind of ripping apart. I'm not sure why it ended haste. Is that something you were?
I was gonna say, did I lose haste?
I don't know.
I just didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'll just add it back on. It's not a big deal.
Give me my
think-
fucking haste bit.
It was like, you can't have it. You're done. Get out.
After that damage, DM said,
After
no,
that
you're done.
damage,
Go.
I didn't even need it. Foundry was like, no, you can't have it.
It's like, okay, you're gonna be on the ground for a while.
The lightning is successful as it comes through, seeing cackling. Or doesn't seem like there's any resistance or immunity to damage. It kind of lurches backwards, taking the blow.
And that's my turn.
All right, we come to this creature, moving towards the thing that struck at it, rises upwards, swinging with its morning star, crush downwards. On Ishtar, 21 is going to land, deals 9 points of bludgeoning damage as it strikes through. This particular creature is then going to slowly rotate and turn directly to the actual miniature keep as it lets out a large roar up into the air. You see now as some of the hulking figures now turn and look towards, as many of them are now warned of what is happening. Maestro, you're up.
Alright. Just to make sure, the overheat thing is something I can constantly do, but I run the risk of,
That's
you know.
right. You can continue to
Okay.
use your bonus action to do that. You just run the risk of having a probability of potentially being stunned, which you will have to take your action to repair it.
Okay. Then I'm gonna run it again. Give me a second. Of course, the hell?
There's an effect to it, but
There's a spontaneous combustion next to the.
there's an effect to it, but it needs to have like a targeting. So it's just kind of throwing it out there. There it
Alright,
is.
I'm gonna move 20 feet forward just in case it does end up doing it, so I can be ready to do something. But overheat is active, so I'll just have Ishtar take the attacks now.
Okay. All right, so 24 is going to land. That deals 12 points of force damage. Please add it on a d8.
Yes, sir.
All right, that is a total of 16 points of damage as the stripe goes through. Creature falls to the knee, barely moving, barely alive.
Alright, another one coming out.
26 hits. That's 8 points. Add on a d8. All right, it's a total of 12 points of damage. You see the creature fall to the ground as it is. It kind of falls down prone onto the actual earth itself here. So it's going to be completely hitting into the ground. And as it does, it slowly begins to move upright. With undead fortitude, it is still alive.
Okay,
Roll a
and
d6.
then D6, yeah.
Seems that the overheating begins to wear off, and Ishtar has not been stunned and is still up and ready to go.
Okay. Action bonus. Yep, that's it for me.
All right, we come to the creature directly. Begins to slightly move back, not without your threat range, right? You're still within threat range. The creature kind of hops backwards. As it does, it looks outwards towards you. As it sends this negative energy outwards from its being, thrusting into you with a searing pain. It's going to prompt you for a Constitution saving throw. Kyler, you succeed. You have been hit by what's referred to as a finger of death wave of energy as it throws itself out towards you, ripping apart your very being and soul as you are brought and sustain yourself to this effect. You take approximately 31 points of necrotic damage as it thrusts itself into you. The creature begins to shake wildly, still upright, still up, ready to go. It holds its position, ending its turn.
Cool. I'm gonna fucking kill this thing.
All right, Trisha is going to move 5 feet here. Is going to throw out an entangle spell. I'm going to manually draw it because it's having a problem with casting it from this. So many NPCs on the board. That's good enough. Okay. Is restrained, so as the vines and thorns begin to erupt from the actual earth, as Trisha is holding out the hands towards to erupt it, you see the creature's kind of grabbed and enthralled by and is restrained by the entangle spell here, and seems to be unable, as it's kind of moving and thrusting itself around. It is not being able, it's still within the earth, but it's still alive. Trisha kind of continues to hold outwards the hands, is concentrating upon this particular effect, and then begins to move. Maestro, you are invisible, so it doesn't doesn't know where you are. Runs right past you and slowly ducks down a little bit, hoping to get some sort of cover, soft cover, anyways, from the arrows that are being thrown or fired directly towards Trisha. It's gonna be end of her turn. Tenzin, is now your turn.
All right, I'm going to go to something that I can potentially kill. And since it's restrained, I have advantage, right?
Yes, it should automatically give you advantage here.
All right, gonna swing my flight.
Ooh,
There we go. Redemption.
That's awesome. All right, so as you see, as you land the critical hit, you come around with the flail right into the head of this creature, smashing it into the ground with bone, brain, and gore. It is not moving any longer. It is dead.
I was gonna say if that thing came up again, dude. Swear to God.
Oh my
Undead
Lord.
Fortitude. I'll fucking get you.
All right, I'm just gonna use my bonus action to teleport next to Trisha and just thanks. And that's my turn.
Okay. All right, Kyler, you're up.
I move in closer.
All right, 17 is going to hit. Deals 25 points of damage as you come across, swinging into it, striking. 21. That's going to hit again. Deals 24 points of damage as you come across, slicing into it, revealing most of its shadowy figure in its form as this material. You're beginning to see there's no blood pouring from this creature, but it's beginning to have different pieces sparse of its fur flying everywhere, and its skin and flesh being revealed in the interior of its bone structure.
This better fucking hit.
Twenty-one hits. Deals a total of 21 points of damage. As you come across directly to this creature, you see as it ceases to be alive, swinging towards the jugular portion of its body, kind of come half hinge at the head as it flies, landing into the ground, barely moving, barely alive, and then slowly raises the wing upwards, kind of stomp into the wing, and grab your boot, smash into its head, finishing it cleanly, as it is now dead.
I am going to second wind as a bonus action. Just to show that it can't kill me. And then I am going to move all the way over here, so I can, so that the archers target other people now. That'll end my turn.
Kind of run in. All right. You see as you kind of run through the grass, kind of shoving and moving. 2 arrows are thrown at you from the ones to your right side, so up on the actual small little rampart there. Right. One of them is going to be a miss. The second one is going to be a miss. As your one clings towards your pauldron, kind of glancing off. One is just a flat out miss into your feet as it was kind of timing your run ends. Now come to these. They're still confused. We'll run another effect here. Wait, that might be some. That might be something. I think it's something. It's not going to help them at all. Alright. This one right here walks off, disappears. Falls into the tower, it seems like.
Jesus, oh my god.
2 arrows are thrown at you by the other 2 that are not within the range of that confusion, of that aura that's being given off here and maintained by the pixies. Both of those miss, one of which strikes towards your center chest and kind of glances off of your pristine armor. Ends their turn. Before we come to the top of round 4.
Shit.
Rockstar.
Oh.
Okay. We are rounding the corner.
Okay, they're following with you.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Okay. I won't move them, but they're with you. They're following along. The confusion is up high. That aura, that's a sulfurical effect, but you're well beneath and below that, the template that I've created for you. And you're just continuing to teeter along. Pixies are flying with you. Is that in your turn?
That's it. Yep.
So they're not in front of the people shooting arrows, are they?
We're like at the very like underneath the like at the very base of it. Like they're way up high.
Yeah, so at the tower you have 30 and then you have 20. They are way up there on that tower. They're 50 feet above you all on the actual ground.
Okay. In that case, you see the range. Yeah. Have to target someone. Wow.
This one is a nat 1.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Uh-oh.
One of your pixies to roll a dexterity saving
Uh-oh.
throw. Oh. Let's see. Just roll a dexterity saving throw off one of your pixie sheets there. I'm curious. All right, they're fine.
Okay.
No worries. Dodge season. It's just zaps into the clip face there. 15 though is going to land. That deals 2 points of fire damage. And the third scorching ray is a 25 that is going to land as well. That deals an additional 8. That's a total of 10 points of damage. Begins to shatter some of its bones and its framework of its skeleton. I guess hide. I don't know what to call it. Skeleton frame. There you go.
Yeah, that's my turn. Like being as useful as usual.
Mary
Almost,
looks over
almost
again.
frying a pixie.
That's 10 damage I can't hit. I'm all the way back here, man. They can't hit that.
All right, Maestro, it's your turn.
No, there's nothing really I actually can do from here. These are well outside of his range of actually doing something. Does it look like we're retreating, or are we still fighting these things off? Like we're trying to kill them all, or
That's
what's going
something
on
for
here?
you to roleplay. You can roleplay that from your character. Be like, are we retreating? Or, something like that. Right now, getting a feel for the battlefield, it's really difficult still. Kyler's just running forward. Trish is running back. You have Ica running a little bit forward. It's chaotic. It's a fight right now, but it's a ranged fight now, right? So you have some safety here. But yeah, if you want to vocalize that and speak outwards, if you're retreating, it's your call.
I want to take a look about the battlefield because I understand it's chaotic, but I do remember we had a plan that turned them into spiders and then rescue as a means of rescue. Do I see them anywhere?
So I'm gonna need you to take an actual action and roll perception because they are
Okay.
tiny sized creatures, and they are also within some grass and behind these large spikes, and these trios that are positioned there. And then
Perception check?
zombies. So perception check. If you're gonna be staring up at the wall, looking and kind of trying to scan to see if you can see the kind of swarm of tiny creatures in movement. It's like seeing
I don't think so.
it's like seeing a swarm of bees at a distance. It's not something you can see very well. So a
Yeah, I don't know.
natural 1. Yeah, you do not see them.
So yeah. What's going on? Are we getting out of here? What's going on? Where is everybody? What's happening?
You all hear this from some source. You imagine it's Maestro's voice, but you can't see. Maestro's
Bushes are speaking to us, man.
I
Have a
think we're waiting
Vietnam
for Ferox to
flashbacks.
get here.
So Tenzin,
Where's
you're quiet.
rocks?
No idea.
All right, we're
We'll
gonna
figure it out.
We're gonna go ahead and end your turn there,
Yeah.
Maestro. Okay. Just gonna be moving some tokens around as we go here. Trish is up. Trish is going to end concentration upon the entanglement, seeing that that creature is now gone. Ends it. Hears the voice coming from. Now is going to move slightly up about 15 feet or so, and just kind of look out herself and roll a perception. It's a nat 20. 27 perception. Stretches out. I see them. They're there along the wall. Just facing the north side of the tower. Should be here momentarily. It's in the end of Trish's turn. Tenzin, you're up.
Alright, move 40 feet up to the edge of the grass line here. I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. I'm gonna take out my light crossbow, and I'm gonna use my bonus action for what is it? Ability.
Something you never do. Light crossbow.
Kyler looks really confused.
Yeah, like
of
attack from
ranged
range.
weapons.
Attack from range. What a bite.
My secondary weapon's a +1 great axe. I don't know what a ranged weapon is. Maybe I can throw that.
Oh, it's in here. I'm gonna
DM?
use bonus action for Kensei's shot, and I'm gonna try to shoot one of these skeletons.
Okay.
Give some covering fire.
Okay.
We'll see how well this goes.
14's gonna hit.
All right. That's
All right.
8, and then an additional D4.
Don't even need
damage
the
from
additional
Kensei.
D4 damage.
All right,
Slam
it's
right
dead.
right
Hell
through
yeah.
You see a bunch of bones kind of fragment outwards of the creature as it kind of explodes a little bit on the tower and falls about.
And that's my turn.
All right, Kyle, you're up.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna sit here still.
Okay.
I'm just taking as many arrows off of
Dodge
everybody else. No.
No.
Dude, I just killed a fucking bat. Like
You're up against the wall, and I am the
I'm
fucking
the
wall.
fucking wall. I'm not even gonna equip my shield. That would give me even more AC. I'm just gonna take it.
All right, 2 arrows firing towards you, both miss.
See?
Turn. falls off the wall.
God. See, I'm killing them without even attacking.
They're so intimidated.
I'm just sitting there.
And
They're giving up.
you're unsure of what has happened to it. It definitely does not seem to. It's just. I can't make it up. Can't make it up. All right.
It's in my character sheet, actually. They just kill themselves and they can't hit me.
All right,
Like,
so
alright, fuck
now
it.
we're coming to the tower on the opposite side, and these creatures have been alerted, and they are getting in position of themselves, and they are going to be firing arrows. Now, they are high above the air. The ramparts themselves are much lower. They have line of sight to you all, but they will all have disadvantage as they're firing arrows. 2 of the arrows are pointed at Aika. I'm going to go ahead and roll those.
That was a far shot.
Disadvantage when they're making far shots. 22
Uh-huh.
is the first shot at disadvantage.
Dang.
Are you serious?
That's some,
And
that's some
a
snipers
6
up there,
on the
dude.
miss. Aika, you take a total of 8 points of piercing damage, as one of them is a absolute
place
Hail
over
Mary
here.
goes into your
Wait.
shoulders.
Hold up. Is Ica within 10 feet of Ishtar?
That's correct.
Oh, I can do this. Give me a second.
I'm standing in front of them and they can't hit me, but Aika, they're like, oh, that bitch.
Oh. I have to target Ica. He's already
But-
one.
So like you see that big guy way in the distance, not the armored one, but the other one just standing
Yeah.
there. Yeah, shoot that guy.
Alright, so you're reacting using Fiber's Cocoon. For a brief time, your AC is increased. However, even with the increase, it's still not going to stop this from landing. But the actual threads of Ishtar that's now enthralling you within this cocoon is enough to negate all damage as you recover back that amount of HP that was dealt. So 8 points of piercing
Hooray.
damage is nulligated as the arrow kind of goes into the threads themselves and nothing happens.
Sweet.
Kyler, 2 arrows are fired to you at disadvantage. The other 2 here from the tower.
Send it.
First one is a miss at a 17 with disadvantage. Second strike is a nat 1.
Oh, please.
And this one falls off the tower going
See?
3 feet as it hits the ground, rolls off.
You can't kill me.
Kyler, get away from the danger. I am the danger.
And we come to those somewhat on top of the actual kind of mechanisms as they begin to kind of pull in these winches and things, lifting up the portcullises. And you notice that 2 of the hulking figures are kind of like just behind it as they're moving into the shadow work of the actual stonework, as the portcullis themselves is being just lifted up and vaulted. The other one on the other side, after lifting it, kind of yells outwards. Kind of, that's a large kind of moaning sound, and from there you all hear the neigh of a horse.
Wait, a horse?
That's correct.
Is that our boy? Is it the guy,
large,
boy we're
kind of
trying to
just
get?
this large echoing effect happening of.
Uh-oh.
Top of round 5 for Rockstrip.
Alrighty. So pixies were told to undo polymorph as soon as we reach tall grass.
Okay.
Get to there, and then we're all unpolymorphed.
Go ahead and move them at this point. Just have them slightly in front of you, probably right here is fine.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be right back there. So now you can see that they're there within the grass. Trisha slowly turns around. Oh my goodness. Thank Talus.
Alright, we're not out of the woods yet.
We're actually going into the woods.
Yeah, give me a little longer. Maybe I can conjure us up some eagles to get away. That's it.
Alright. Alright, Aiko, you're up.
Hey, I'm gonna throw a firebolt at this guy.
Firebolt incoming.
And
13! That's gonna hit!
wow, I actually hit them.
Once fire damage, blow up one of its arms. It actually has the bow as it is kind of like reaches out for it and begins to move wildly.
And that's my turn.
Alright, Meister, you're up.
It's time to go, and I'll use the bonus action to like recall Ishtar. Is there a way to move her token?
Are you deleting the token completely? That's up to you.
I mean, just remove it from the field. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just remove it. You just, I think you all, by the way, can delete your own tokens. You'll be able to click it and then hit delete, and they should remove the token. So I went and did it for you, so no worries.
All right. So at that point, I'm still invisible. I'm just gonna like beat feet back further into the tall grass and off screen.
It's just kind of running into the tall grass. I like it.
Yeah.
Are you gonna give a stealth check or anything?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I should. Advantage, I guess.
Yeah, it should give you automatically put the invisibility effect on you. So, and if not,
Okay.
it's okay. Just roll it twice if you need to. Let's give me one more.
Yeah.
Awesome. 12. Okay, cool. Pulse raised. Begin to move out, making dash actions to get upon the actual ramparts to these hulking figures as they begin to make way. Getting slightly, probably put them right there together as they're kind of making their way down, the ramparts winding down, hulking through. Come to Trisha. My sisters, thank you. Thank you for rocks. So blessed that you're all alive. Just kind of reaches out and touches a few of them to use kind of healing. I won't, let's see, do cure wounds to you. Let's get back some health here. And it's going to end the turn grouped together. Tenzin, you're up.
All right. Seeing that everyone's preparing to leave, I'll make one last shot at the skeleton, and bonus action for Kensei's shot, and let's go.
.25 is going to land 6 points of piercing damage. Don't even need to give it the D4. Goes straight through. Explodes outwards in a bunch of bones.
Alright, and I'm going to stroll back where everyone is. Oh, I can't move. It's weird.
It's weird. Here you go. I gotcha.
Alright. And just gonna... We ready to go? And that's my turn.
Callie, you're up.
I'm gonna move back to the bat. I'm gonna decapitate its head. Okay. I'm not taking any chances of this thing. And then I can move here. And are you gonna have me use an attack action for that, or?
Oh, you mean taking out its head?
Yeah,
No.
Okay. Well, wait. No, I'm hasted, so I can use dash anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
And then I'm gonna dash and just keep on. I mean, I could outrun all of you, but
You have double movement speed from being hasted.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna position myself here with the head.
Okay.
Just to be safe. And not all on my turn.
All right.
Let's go.
Arrows are coming out. Aika.
Oh God, I.
2 arrows towards you. These are actually regular attacks because these are the 2 at the actual ramparts. 21 is going to hit.
Ow.
And 11 is going to be a miss. 21 lands, is 4 points of piercing damage. It comes out, coming into your shoulder. Succeeding on the Constitution saving throw. You have 3 arrows being launched out at disadvantage towards you. You have mage armor on, right?
No.
Two
Really
arrows
don't
hit.
like you.
15, 4, and 23 for 4, so that's 8 total points of damage. As they continue to throw outwards. Succeeding with
Ika is really
10.
turned into a pincushion right now.
Alright, so as we end round 5 here, I have to ask, are we anybody taking any combat actions, or are you all just mounting up and whatever Frox has got in store with Pixies and just getting out of here?
We're out of here, I
We're
think.
out of here?
Let's bounce.
I guess
Deuces.
please, can we go?
Alright,
Here we go now.
I'm going to end combat then.
The ape copter again.
I don't think that's a good idea.
The Ape Copter. Not entirely sure about that one.
I would argue against the Ace Copter, given that there's a black dragon somewhere in here.
So, these two hulking figures, they get to the edge here along with the cackling skeletons that are launching arrows. Obviously, this is happening in real time. You're casting what you need. You're having this all happen. As that's happening, there is a figure that rides out upon on horseback here.
Oh look,
Best to emulate as it comes to the edge here, coming into your
This
visible range
motherfucker.
and scope.
I gotta go back, guys. Sorry.
I trip Ika. I mean, Ika,
on
Kyler.
horseback of a horse on fire with black flamed hair and hide of kind of this twistedness and this crude plate armor with kind of two stag horns that come kind of curling outwards, holding the great axe to the side of the horse. Its armor is twisted with vine, and this axe is bleeding this black ooze. Kind of looks out towards in your direction as you begin to mount up and begin to take flight away. And as you take flight and go away, it begins to trudge and move its horse over to the bat, which is decapitated.
Uh-oh. That better have worked.
You
Got a
are
headless
God.
bat following us.
leaving it in the distance. You begin to take flight, headed away. I'm assuming to get across the river at this point, just flying directly across, getting into the kind of sanctuary of the south of the altar flowers, that forested region there, just kind of extending as much as you can of travel for the conjuration or the polymorph, whatever it is, to get across, to get as far as you can in flight, leaving this particular area at your backsides. And that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break, as we've been in combat for quite a long time. And we were successful in that, though. It was fantastic. Nice work, everyone. And we'll be taking a 10-minute break, so we'll come back about 2 minutes
Awesome.
past the next hour, so to be 10
Swear if I see a
PM
fucking
PST.
bat again, dude.
If you're watching, thanks so much, and we'll be back. All right, thanks so much if you're watching. Welcome back. We finished out the last hour here of the session after the party went through some pretty interesting combat upon this kind of miniaturized fort in the north of Crepple Lake, which housed some undead creatures as well as a hideous shadow bat of some kind that was drawn to the attention of distractions created by one of the players, Ica. And then subsequent
yes.
detected all of you within the grass as it wasn't using common tools of perception. It was able to kind of see and hunt and echolocate and find you all within it. However, it proved to be not that much of a challenge, as some of you wielded very powerful magic machinery and were actually quite coordinated with how you were positioned in the fight. Made it a little bit difficult to kind of gather itself and maybe use more of its powerful spellcasting or its abilities. The undead creatures actually in the fort, some of which were, they're slow to the roll. Remember, each round in combat is very quick, so these creatures are slow moving. Kind of, it kind of takes a long time for them to be ordered, instructed, and then get to the task. Some of them joined. That being only one of the hulking figures, and then some of the skeletons and these archers that were upon these tower structures of the rock that outcropped from the first level of the miniaturized keep. And then as the fight ended, they started to kind of open the portcullis. They started kind of trudging down. And remember, that was the end of round 5. So it was less than a minute of actual combat that you all engaged, and then Ferox was able to rescue the Salinar Druids from the cages, getting them into spiders, and then subsequent getting in and taking off. Now, before you took off, you saw a horse being rode by an armored figure. This is reminiscent of the exact same figure back at Fort Farron that was leading the charge of that undead horde, and they began to stride with the horse up towards the bat, which was decapitated. That is where we kind of went to our break, and now you all are heading across the river. You have gone as far as you can. You've landed into the wood there on the other side of the river, probably hundreds of feet past the bank itself. As you now have landed, that effect has kind of subsided. If you have any more spell slots, you could again use that as well. Maybe to increase the travel time up to the Altar of Flowers, but I'm assuming that is where you all are headed at this point. Okay. So, as we get to the Altar of Flowers, as you land or you walk, however means of transportation that you get there, the fog and the canopy layer upon the trees seems to be unchanged. It's not increasing or decreasing. You notice as you're coming into the area around, there's movements and other things around. This time, though, it's not necessarily shadows kind of lurking and hulking, but tiny little things wisping and moving around. Now not completely hidden. They're kind of being known, one of which kind of flies by, and one of them kind of goes, yeah, woohoo, yeah! As it flies by, kind of excited and happy of what has just happened. And some of the Salinar are now being healed by Trisha with more of the spell slots, kind of expending the remainder there to heal them up. They begin to kind of move into the Altar Flowers section as more of these kind of fey creatures surround the Altar Flowers around you, showing a mixture of different kinds that are hiding on the outskirts of the altars to protect it. Some of the trees begin to move as well, showing that there are treants here that protect this place. Not just one, which was Fallsworth, or one of the kind of flower and tree-like creature humanoid named Silas. There's multiple others. You get into the stonework, which is those large boulders. It's at that point that you don't need to be aided by anybody else. You have Trisha that's there, that's able and capable of using this magic to be able to get to the grove, as well as 3 of the Salinar Druids to be able to get there. You transport to the same general direction, or same, in the same way that you did before. I'll go ahead and lay down tokens here. Bend your concentration. end your haste. So, you all kind of bud outwards, like how you've been doing before. I'm also going to put Trisha just directly kind of in front, almost like leading a little bit up the pathway. So at this point, she kind of turns around as you kind of bud outwards and come into the grove. There's kind of activity, people moving around, looking towards. Some of them are now gathering as you approach the centralized hut where you know the matriarch is at. Some of the figures kind of behind that are, have been healed through the journey, still slightly wounded, some of them. They're now kind of giving thanks to you all, telling you thank you so much for what you have done and how you've assisted them. We will beseech on your behalf. We will go with you to speak to the matriarch, right, and show that you have proven your loyalty to the Grove, and you have saved us from a horrific experience. And we have tales to speak to the matriarch. We have information that will be most forthcoming, and to you as well, to you all as well. So Trisha kind of leading up in front, she slowly turns around here at the bridge, and at this point, I cannot go in there with you. I was not supposed to help you or follow along.
You know,
Please
Trisha, remember what I told you about asking questions?
just do not speak my name, and if anything happens, if you are connected with the water of Talus and you share memories and you share experiences, I will take the consequences in stride, and maybe the matriarch will have forgiveness. But I do not want to go in there.
Trisha, you're as much a part of this as we all were. You're a hero of your people. You should be recognized for that. Stand up for yourself a bit. Come on now.
I roll persuasion. I love that it's always you. It's always you. It's great. I can't. Not this time. Maybe the next. I will find you when you on the other side and in the altar of flowers. For now, I will go get myself a good rest. And please take care, and hopefully it all comes to fruition for you. She's just kind of wild and out of breath almost, and kind of moves past and disappears.
All right, shall we?
Go.
Approach, the roots begin to unfurl themselves, opening upwards. You see this plant-like humanoid that is positioned there. I'm also going to go ahead and move tokens, move them right there. This plant-like humanoid is Silas. Resembles that of one of the figures that kind of helped you. It's like not kneeling down, but slightly kind of like half turned. It sees you all kind of unfurl the thorns and approach and walk in. Turns and looks back to the matriarch. Of course. And then slowly begins to come into a bud of a flower, and then that unfurls itself into the ground and disappears.
Would I've maybe been able to catch the last bits of their combo?
Roll perception. You did not. Arises, standing up straight. You all have returned. And with my people, nonetheless.
Couldn't save them all, but the ones that were alive got them out.
That you all have proven your loyalty to the Grove, to the Salnor, and to Talus.
I don't know about loyalty. It's more of just doing the right thing, you know?
So humble you are. So pure. Your reward, then, was agreed upon, was it not?
Well, if you insist.
May approach. Moves the palm over the wooden amulet. In so doing, just removes the stone. The amulet's still there, that wooden kind of amulet with the vine and twig, and instead with the stone, unfurls it in the palm, just reaches out towards, hoping that you would cusp your hands, and just drops it within your hands. With trust, this is provided that you will do what is necessary to continue to protect these people.
Listen, I understand how much this means to you and your people. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong with it. Best I can, anyways.
You can only do as much as you can, and you have gone far and done much in such little time. I have faith and hope that you all will be what we have in dire need, have needed for some time. And it is just a breath of fresh air within my lungs that's those that would come here and prove so fruitful and so hopeful and so friendly in love within the darkness outside. I feel the wind changing.
Oh, right, well, maybe, you probably want to see this too. Take off the armlet, drop on the new stone.
Currently in a crescent shape, as you kind of unfurl and you drop it, they begin to kind of magnetize towards each other and liquefy as they vibrate, they begin to form into an amorphous liquefied shape, and in seconds they reform into a square pyramid. It is about 2 inches in length within every side of this square pyramid. And it's showing signs of becoming near translucent. And it begins to slightly glow with a greenish hue.
I told you it'd be interesting, didn't I?
That is quite interesting indeed.
Right then, I think your people had some information they wanted to talk to you about.
Yes. Approach. I kind of move past you just a little bit, kind of fanning out slightly towards the waters. They each go into the waters and begin to drink and cusp and just kind of drink at the waters themselves. And you see as the matriarch reaches towards the water, kind of grabs an orbous shape of it with the hand, drifting it towards, drinks it, closes the eyes for a brief moment as they pause for 20 to 30 seconds and open them. Speaks the one on the left. Patriarchus Lena, we have lost and perished a great number of our people in our stride. Being Defolus, we were tasked at hand to scout and investigate around Siltoric Citadel within Thixia. We are the only 3 that have survived out of the 40 that were sent. The rest of us have been captured, killed, or turned. Those that are turned, they came back as something else. They disappeared in the heart of Siltoric Citadel, and when they returned, they would march, commanded, and their beings were twisted and pale, the flesh, shadows emerged. They had command over other undead. But they took orders from another higher power. There is one on horseback, speaks our language, has some command of natural magic. I fear that this will be a great threat to us. This very being was back at the fort that these brave adventurers saved us from. Even though we all three survived, it will take us time to recover. As being in that very place, being forced into the corruption, it will take time for the Watchers of Talus to work through us and for us to recover our own health. And after we have fully recovered, we all three would love a chance to kill that thing on horseback, whatever it is, and to stop the threat. Matriarch. See it within your minds. I see the horrors you have witnessed. And I know this one on horseback seems to have quite a cunning ability over magic that would otherwise be similar to us. Sustained a great loss, and your sisters have not died or returned in vain. We will have retribution. Go. Heal. Take your time. And after you are done, you will go with my blessing, as well as more of us, and we will hunt this creature for what they have done to our people. Slowly turn. They disappear outside of the vine, twisted dome that's before you, walking outwards, kind of shuts its backside and furling itself together. We are alone now. You may drink upon the waters of Talus if you so choose to.
Yeah, I'm good.
I have no questions.
Far be it for me to judge, but you promising vengeance and all. Is that really you thinking Talus's will for you to venture outside the grove and track down this creature?
Talus. Not care either way. If I asked, they could not stop me. I take the words and wisdoms of Talus quite seriously, but I will not turn my back to the past.
Even if the actions you take might result in the death of someone?
Discord.
Hey, Michael.
Did Discord crash?
Nope, just
Great.
you.
Just you.
Just me?
Sorry, bud.
That's rough. I can wait. See if
We
this
killed her, by the way.
Huh?
Like, we killed her while you were gone.
No. Okay,
She's
I'm just
dead,
making sure
yeah,
the
sorry,
stream
man.
is still good. Alright, we're good. Yeah. Alright. That was weird. It just like crashed out to reload itself. It was like, I decided
Heavy
to update
questions.
right now. It has been a long time that my people have stayed within the grove, and we have hidden in shelter. This group that we had sent out were merely scouts to see about what was happening, what we could offer, what we could do. But this comes many, many years later, after the events that have occurred for our people. I am the first matriarch in a line of those after Kalima that decide to take action, but I am still skeptical. I have promised retribution. And this promise will come to fruition, I guarantee. Maybe perhaps even with your help. It gives people hope. It gives my people hope. I will consult with Talus, but I will not gather more power beyond what I currently have. I do not believe our people could risk any more consequences. Faulty outcomes.
So this person on horseback spoke your language and knew your magic? Is that what weird?
That's correct. The memories I have shared with my sisters detail quite an interesting character.
So who could that be?
I'm not sure. Someone gifted with this type of magic must be descendant of Thixia, Salinar, or Fae.
All right.
Say, whatever did happen to Kalima?
I do not know. This is why we went out to investigate, to scout. Perhaps Kalima's still alive. After all, she was never recovered. She was never found dead.
I think we might have an idea. Well, do you know by any chance, just at all, where Netherstone, like the one you just rewarded to Ferox, is? Any
I do
rumors?
not know. It is not
Alright.
something that I have paid attention to.
Alright.
Well, we've got our own little mission to accomplish. You see, we're gonna go ahead and depower all those Shadowfell machines.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know that age-old mistake Kalima and Talus made? We're gonna go ahead and try and undo that.
By looking at the towers of Mosatra.
Right? Well, the towers kind of make it all work. And so if we turn the towers off, then we disconnect this place, this realm, from the Shadow Realm.
I see. Something I'm not familiar with. This is Thixian magic. This is their design, their construction. What I do know, and from what those have returned, is that the Black Dragon spends most of its time encircling these towers in their protection, which is why I have forbidden any of my people to step foot within their grounds or their presence.
That makes sense. Dragon's big. Anybody else got any questions?
How soon are we planning on heading out to hunt?
I'm ready to go whenever.
Maybe after a little nap,
I'd like a night's
recharge
rest.
the old skills.
All right. Rest up.
How about you, Matriarch? How long you gonna spend before you and your people go off on your hunt?
It'll be time. The corruption runs deep. It has been known to take weeks, even months, to rid the corruption.
Right then. Well, maybe by the time we're done with the towers, we'll come back and we help you with your hunt.
Yeah.
Would that be most appreciated? You all
Yeah.
must be quite hungry from your journey.
Yeah. Sure.
Stretches the hands again. Fruit begins to bud outwards from the vines. The flowers begin to bloom and protrude outwards in an array of different fruits and vegetables. Closes the hands. The eyes cackle with pink and purple lightning. There is something else that I might inquire about.
Mm-hmm.
Our numbers are dwindling. Those that would seek fit to help strengthen our numbers. You are willing. I will find some that are quite fertile at the moment.
Oh,
Oh.
you meant that pretty literally.
Yeah. That's not what
I thought you were trying to recruit or something.
that's what I was thinking. We're doing like the OG recruitment.
Well, remember what you said. This place is like all women.
Yeah.
You don't know how they procreate either, so just FYI.
Also, and I'm a giant lion, man.
What are the amoebas? Do they just like split?
No, they bud out of flowers, dude. Come on, Tens.
I've
I've seen them come out of the flowers.
Think upon it. Take your time. In the meantime, rest. Enjoy food. I will
Alright.
return. Grabs the staff and taps. The bud begins to form around, furls, and disappears as it pulls into the ground.
You guys
Oddly
taking
enough,
her
not
offer?
the weirdest way. Not the weirdest way I've been asked.
You guys want to be dads or something? I don't know. I can't do it.
I mean,
I'm
maybe.
sorry,
I
what
don't
do you mean
know.
You can't do it.
Grow an army.
I'm a taken man. It's yeah. But I don't know. It's your guys' thing. So have fun if you want, I guess.
Aika, can you cast haste?
No.
Get it over with really fast.
I can enhance ability.
Oh my god.
It's ability, guidance, bless, everything. Throw it at him.
Oh my god.
Where's the peace domain cleric when you need them?
Oh. I'll have to think
Going
about it,
to-
honestly.
You're going to birth the ultimate hero of the next generation with all those steps.
Oh my god.
They're gonna be like, "Who's my dad?" And they're gonna show a picture, and it's Kyler holding a giant like dragon egg on his back.
Bat egg in the other hand.
Yeah,
Tyler went to
the
get
bat
milk.
head in the other hand.
Being a berry thune just in the ground. The head are down there. It's just like, wow.
Is adventuring just the I'm gonna go get milk, I'll be right back excuse
think it
in
is.
this world?
I think this is it, yeah.
Sorry, kid, I'm an adventurer. See you
Like,
later.
I gotta head down to Balder. I promise I will be back.
I gotta go down a ball. I'll be right back. All right. So
Bro,
you,
that's literally what happened to Timothy. He said, "I'll be back," and then we took him with us.
It's like I got a wife and kid. man. It's
No,
like,
I would get. Yeah,
You'll
you
see
realize
them
how
again.
messed up that is on so many levels. The fact that you took this is the
Right.
first one. No, oh, do you remember where you found Timothy? Do you remember
And
where Timothy
he's gonna be
was?
eaten by a
Yes.
troll or something.
And then
I
you
don't know.
took Timothy away from his beloved family.
What if we bring Timothy here to make a
I
new
s-
family?
Oh my god.
Showed
Thank God he's
Timothy.
not here.
We have
Bring
just the hero for you.
We have found just the hero to populate your numbers.
Thank God I sent
good
him off with
friend
like
Timothy.
500
no,
gold.
no.
He's gonna be the new Duke up there after all the money I gave him.
Bro,
He's gonna be
Leo.
set.
How does it?
There's
Ica
only
has
one way
no
to
clue
find
how this
out,
works.
Mr. Scientist.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
You gotta-
go do some research, man.
Ica's never seen another Leonin, so like having, if that made more Leonin, that would be really weird.
You make
Only
cat
one way to-
girls. I don't know.
Hey, remember these? You made it like very particular where you said they weren't exactly looking like elves, right? So who knows what races their fathers and.
I can at least give them half an elf, so we'll see where that goes. Yeah, fuck it. Literally. Fuck it.
You're going in.
Dude,
Good luck.
after all this shit Kyler just did in that fight and everything, why not? It
Have
could go
fun.
seriously bad the next fight, so, go out on top, right?
There you go. Yep.
And
You're on
underneath.
top.
If Kyler goes through with it, Ica will consider it.
Yes!
Skylar's gonna be the goat here.
Let's do
The
this.
one, sacrificial lamb.
And then I've got all of that rum, some cigars. Yeah, we're gonna be set, boys.
So, you all can have a short rest here. There's food all around you, right? Provided, so plenty of food to gather for actions if you need as well. You have things to just rest and whatnot, and you're all alone. So if you want to incur a short rest and take about an hour or so, right, to rejuvenate yourselves and roll some hit die and things, or
Pull
you
all the
can
arrows out of my body.
potentially take a long rest if you're going to be, resting a whole period here before you venture off. It's your call.
I ain't good chick dick scars, man. That's gonna look good.
Don't get any points of exhaustion while you're in there.
Question: do you want bear's endurance or bull strength?
Oh my god.
I'm already strong, so I'll take endurance. Man, not how I thought this session was gonna end. Just gonna be honest, it was kind of out of left field, but
You're gonna be a dad, saying congratulations.
woo, woo, woo.
Let's just say there's no plot holes in my campaign.
As long as I don't have to, as long as I have to pay child support. I mean, I have more than enough money for it, but as long as I don't have to pay child support, we're good.
All right. So, as time goes on, you all have incurred a short rest. Is there anything anybody wants to kind of do at the short rest, or take note of, talk about, what transpired at the keep at all? Anything, because you are all secluded at this point. You all are kind of alone. So,
Okay, how the hell did both the bat and the horse person get there? Were they like the pit? I'm pretty sure is where the bat was. I'm like 99% sure that's where it was. Were they both just chilling there?
I think
Did
that's
we really-
like
That
main
is
point.
a guy's pet. I don't know.
Like that wasn't ideal. I mean, I think we were doing fine, but that wasn't ideal. Where the hell is the dragon sting? I'm gonna go to the map because now I need to see. Oh, the dragon's totally in Thixia then.
So apparently,
If it's going around each tower, yeah, Thixia's right in the middle. It's gotta be there.
So if we're planning to mess with the towers, if it patrols, then the plan would be to like wait at a tower,
Follow
wait
it
for
right
to-
after.
after it leaves, after it checks it and then leaves.
Every single just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like, wasn't it just there?
That's not a bad idea, yeah. I say we wait and we'll just go after it. Right after it leaves. That's a good one. I still want to see the Mucklucks at some point. Bunch of bullywugs. It's gotta
The
be
frog
great.
boys.
It's gotta be great. Alright, well. Guess anybody wants some rum? Shake off the cool stuff we just did.
I'm good.
Ika, sure.
Last time I drank something, the undead horde attacked the city, so
I'm like pretty positive that things are gonna be really good in a little bit. So it's your call. I got plenty.
I'll take some.
Hell
Just a little
yeah.
bit. Not much.
Do this. Yeah. Anybody else want some?
Did you say you had cigars?
I do have cigars. Those are for
I'll take one of those if you
coitus only. No.
Damn.
No, yeah, here, you can have one of them. I took a whole box from a Duke.
Oh, real fancy stuff.
I mean, it was in Herox, so I don't know if it was that fancy, but I mean...
I need to dump all this stuff I stole from the Duke's fucking desk sometime. It's just sitting in my bag.
We did steal a lot of shit up there that we probably don't need. When the hell did I get a flask of Silborg? I can't remember. I know I got it, I just can't remember when.
One sec.
That was when we were visiting the frost giants.
Oh, yeah. How the fuck did I take that?
So, nothing else as time goes by.
No. Changing my
Wow.
fine clothes.
Hour or so passes by. Another 20 minutes or so, just giving more time for you to rest, recover yourselves. Out of a bud begins to form on the north side of this dome structure, unfurls itself in a beautiful. These flower petals themselves are yellowish with a pink and a purple, vibrant, interlaced pattern. It's the matriarch Selena. Comes outwards of the bud. How was your rest, adventurers?
Good.
Thumbs up.
Now, will you all be heading off?
Not yet.
We rest a little bit longer first. Maybe you have a pretty long rest, I say.
It was an intense battle.
Have you thought about the offer that I have proposed?
Yeah, it was a tough decision, but I think I can help out.
I guess I can too.
Yeah! Go boys!
Yes.
Two candidates
Have fun!
accepting.
Smart one and a strong one. Let's do
Anyone
this.
else?
I'm taking, I can't.
Motions to all of you.
Oh, you're right. We don't know how this works.
How exactly does this work?
Is it like the birds and the bees or something?
Just a process that involves the very water of Talus, an enjoining of the spirit, the soul, and your being. So doing a transference of one's self into another.
So there's no there's no fucking involved?
Just the Imagine Tenzin just.
You know?
No.
So extraordinary. Whatever do you mean by that?
I look over to Kyler as I'm expecting him to be disappointed.
I mean, I still want to try that. I don't know what that
So,
means. So let's try.
So when a mortal man and a mortal woman love each other very much, I'm gonna give like the most like stereotypical birds and bees
Birds and bees
talk
conversation.
I've ever had.
E and the B.
I see. This is quite a crude and, I would rather say, barbaric way of doing things.
Well, I am a barbarian, so yeah.
It's not how we do them here.
Hmm.
There are a few of us that have formed relationships abound. Perhaps they do get physical in a sense, but that is not what this is about.
No, well, that was way off.
Yeah, cool. Let's try it. And this could only bite us in the ass, right?
If you are still willing, I will send in the first of our young ones that is quite fertile and will help our people. Motions up for the door. As you see some of the vine begin to unfurl and unlash, there stands Trisha.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, no.
Oh no!
Oh.
Kyler, you're
Well,
first.
this is awkward.
I could do this one, Kyler.
Okay. Okay.
You,
That seems-
you two were getting a little close, you know. I get it.
Outwards. Mitcherson speaks. Trisha, you have joined us in the final rite of our people. After this task has been completed, you will be rewarded with the waters and the connection to Talus that the great many of us elders have appreciated in our time. Come into the water. Join your body, your being, your soul, your spirit with Talus. Trisha. Yes, matriarch. Yes. I will do what is needed. Moves forward and clambers into the water. This pool of water and seems to go up to just below the waist. It's not very deep, this pool of water.
Are we all just
Now-
gonna watch? That's awkward.
Who will join?
Go get it, frogs.
Yeah,
Gonna kind of like whisper.
you deserve it.
You sure this is something you really want to do?
For the good of my people. It's
No. Not for the good of your people. Is this something what you want to do?
just not something that I wish, no.
What are you doing then?
I'm doing what's best for my people.
Come with me. We'll be right back.
This
You could go
is-
on with the next one.
This is most awkward
They want to see.
and
I understand.
strange. Trisha, what is going on? I'm... 1 second, matriarch. Please, forgiveness. Puts the hand away. Goes outside the dome. Bring in the next one. Who is next?
Alright, okay, yep.
Nope,
Good luck.
nope. I push Kyler forward. Nope.
I won't join. I won't put tokens in
Yeah.
for the sake of it.
Alright, fine. I go in.
Okay, so you go in. As you do, you see that this one kind of matches that in Trisha's age. That seems like the similar age group, and is wearing kind of this, I would say, kind of a hide, a mixture of different furs and flowers and pelts into kind of a gown of sort. It's kind of pitched downwards and has long flowing white hair with purplish eyes and a pale complexion. And kind of, as you kind of clamber in, reaches out and grabs your hands, holds your hands together, both of them, as you face each other, turns sideways to the matriarch. The matriarch unfurls the hands, and this pink and purple lightning begins to entrace out of the water around your bodies, infurling you with this energy and presence. As it does, it begins to move into the fabric of your being. You see as the one in front of you closes the eyes very solemnly. Talus, thank you. Thank you. Just gives thanks as the energy is pulled, almost as you feel drained and sapped of energy. Almost as if you've been exhausted. You now have the exhaustion level of 2.
I knew it.
That's cool. Level
Begins
2,
to
alright, cool.
pull outwards of that, and you see a slight relief come, and just kind of holds on to near where the belly's at, with both of the hands letting go of yours. Matriarch Selena, it is done. You all are both joined. Your spiritual being, your soul, has been bestowed within this very fine Salinar child.
Yay.
Congratulations.
You're a father now.
Lila, go. Take time. Your child will come soon. In a month's
Oh.
time.
Jeez. I'm not
Pretty fat.
I'm just that good, boys.
Oh my god.
Is there anybody else willing?
Curl up on the
I guess
log.
I already said I would, so.
Now I'm gonna watch.
Or we get to
Yeah,
Trish is outside of the dome with you, Frox.
Yeah. Listen, Trisha, I come from a circle of people that's, well, to be honest, pretty similar to your folk around here. Lots of rules, lots of traditions, but I was also kind of like you, kind of like an oddball fit. There comes a time when you have to stand up for what you think is right, even though it might not be with what your people think is right. If you don't want to do this, you shouldn't. You should be able to forge your own destiny.
What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do now?
Tell them what you intend to do. If you like, I know you want to see the outside world. I can get you started on that. I know of a couple places you could go to. I could set you up real nice. I actually know someone in a town nearby that's come from the Feywild herself.
Am I supposed to stop helping you in this quest?
If you like, you could come along. Again, I can't promise you'll be safe along the way. That's part of the adventure, I suppose.
I found courage in the last battle, and I felt like I could hold my own. I will stay with you all in your quest, and I will speak freely.
All right, then.
Shut the
Hand on her shoulder. All right, then. I
Matches
look forward
you.
to it.
Matches you as well. Puts the hand on your opposite shoulder. Thank you. While you're having the conversation, next one's brought in. This one's dressed very similar to Lila, except now has appears to be golden eyes and a little
Ooh.
bit of auburn hair. Ika, you step into the waters along with holding hands. Similar fashion occurs. You are taken to exhaustion level 2 as it's sapped, and afterwards, grabbing your hands, she clutches tight into them and she looks you directly into your eyes. Thank you.
Ika looks away really awkwardly.
Congratulations.
Let's go. Matriarch departs. As walks past outside of the door, Trisha clambers in. You are back, child. You're here to take your place. No, I'm not. I'm here to stand up for myself. I have not taken Water of Talus I have not touched and gained power. I am free to leave the grove, and that would be my choice. I have joined these adventurers in their last. I have joined them in saving the other Saladar, and I have led them. I have gone to the place that is forbidden, and I will continue to do so. I am to join them on their quest, and after that, I'll be headed outside of the marsh. The lands unknown. Patriarch holds the hands up, closes the eyes, and looks. Trisha, I have joined with the others. I have seen you there. I knew you were with them. I'm glad you found your voice. You would have made a great matriarch. Perhaps even replaced me when the time was right. If this is your choice, then so be it. You have not taken the final rites. You have not connected with Talus, and you are free to go.
Congratulations, yeah.
Just blank faced at the fact that they're just allowed to go, right? Blank face, starstruck. Thank you, matriarch. Thank you. I will do right by our people. And I thank you. Matriarch just moves the hand for Trisha to depart. She walks away before kind of grabbing you by the hands. Rox, thank you so much for everything you've done. I will see you at the altar.
Get some rest.
Now, is there no more? Then thank you for what you have done. And the children you have brought, this great grove, and these people.
I'm gonna high five Ike.
I do it back very unenthusiastically. He's clearly very tired now, having 2 levels of exhaustion.
We're just gonna cuddle up together.
You may take
Oh my
more
God.
time to rest, to gain strength. Take as much time as you need in here. If you need me, please simply call away. When you need to leave, call, and I will help you get back to the Altar of Flowers, or you'll be gone and head off on your quest. And please take care of Trisha. She is my offspring.
We'll take care of her, but you should know she's a fine and capable warrior herself.
I believe she is. I did not take any part in her growth. She does not know me to be her mother. Maybe in time she'll find out. Who knows? Take care of her. Grabs the staff. Flowers, leaves begin to bloom. Enthralling. Goes into the earth and disappears, leaving you all there as the vines and the dome close and cease. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end the session for today.
All right.
Wow.
Pretty poggers.
Tyler and Ika. Whoosh.
Oh no.
Dads.
Here.
We'll see in a month.
No?
He's
We,
a taken man. He's not gonna.
There you go. I'm a ticket, man. I can't be doing this.
You can't do this.
It's just basically like sperm bank donating. That's all this is.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and calculate experience for y'all. Go back on the fight that we had, as well as roleplay experience. So give me some time here. While I'm doing
we
this, is there
slept.
any questions at all?
Nope.
I'm super
Nothing
curious
about
to see
anything that happened.
a month later. Let's visit and see what your kids look like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll make our way back. Promise.
They look like sunflowers, just little plants.
I want to see like a baby with just fucking ripped abs and biceps and shit. And it's just like that's mine. Because it's got a little mane.
I made a cat girl.
You
Fuck.
did. you did. They'll know which ones are ours. Like, oh yeah, we remember those guys.
If I had a nickel for every time my character became a dad in a campaign, I'd have 2 nickels.
So
Which
looks
isn't
like
a lot, but it's strange that's happened twice.
2,550 experience each. That should put you at 39,255 experience total, if I did my mathematics correctly. Puts you just under 10,000 to the next level, so that's making progress as you go through. I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream. If you are watching, thanks so much.
Little
And
weird.
we will see you. It was a little weird there at the end, but we got through it. We all got through it. You all did a great job.
We held hands and we got through it.
And we'll be back next week. So see you then. Bye.
Let me